Look at you out there speaking nice.
I was just like, you're out of luck. I don't have
3 minutes.
That was important.
Yeah.
You and Bernie laundry was on. And it's only Tuesday.
Right, I know.
After Monday night.
What's today?
Today's the 27th.
Friday.
It was hot today, but it was breezy. So,
Yeah.
no complaints.
So we ordered one of Emma's Christmas gifts early because there was a wicked sale.
I heard.
Oh, they delivered.
Yeah.
I was like, you have to go get it. He's like, well, where's that? It's like for Portuguese. He opens his room. He's like, I can't hide that.
Better start digging a hole in the backyard. Get a big tarp to throw over it. It's a wood pile or snake.
7. May I have a roll call, please?
Commissioner Amanda Denmark,
Here.
Commissioner Charlie Whitmore.
Here.
Commissioner Lydia DePauw. Here. Commissioner Jason Stewart.
Here.
Commissioner Kathleen Duncan.
Here.
Commissioner Rich Delcor. Commissioner Jim Flynn.
Okay. May I have an adoption of the agenda, please?
I would like to discuss amending the agenda.
Okay.
We've received a request. I had a direct call today from the president of the POA of Palmetto Point, which is adjacent to the item number 2 on the agenda, the Lowcountry Pickleball Club. She apologized. She said she did not know until she saw this item addressed in the paper that the meeting was tonight, and she would really love to come and share comments that the board has regarding this item. So I would propose that we amend the agenda to take item 2 to the end, and then when she shows up, we can bring it up at that point in time.
Does that mean we have to, so it would be at the very end, or do we amend it when we have to amend?
I would say we amend it to 6, and then we have to re-amend it to bring it up when she shows up. Correct?
Can you do that?
So you need to adopt an agenda, so it has to be established, but what you can do is just amend item 7.2 and move it to the end of new business.
Question, once we adopt that agenda, that's the first order of business, then it's an amendment to the agenda? Because here's why I'm asking, because I don't want to amend the agenda. I don't think it needs to be amended, and so I don't want to, if it's one and the same process, I don't want to adopt. If it's 2 different processes, it's fine to have that discussion. I just don't want to adopt it as an amended agenda and lose the possibility to have a discussion about it.
Yeah, so typically the way it would happen is you adopt the agenda and then you move to amend the agenda. But
I thought it was the other way around, Richardson.
typically what you would do is adopt the agenda and then you're amending the agenda, the adopted agenda. But from a Robert's Rules perspective, you can, if you want to have this discussion now, and that way you can adopt the agenda as it is proposed to be amended. So I think you can get there through the procedures that Commissioner Wetmore has laid out, but typically what you would want to see is the agenda adopted and then the motion to amend.
Okay.
It's a little bit
I have no
contrary to what you would see with the your typical motion to amend. It's a little bit backwards from that.
I have no problem with that. I move we adopt the agenda, and then we can discuss it after.
Second.
Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Madam Chair, I'd like to make a motion to amend the agenda. I can get this out. For the previously stated reasons, to move item 2 to the end of the agenda. Item 7.2 to the end of section 7.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Is there any further discussion?
Yes. I would like to just let the commission know, or address the commission and say, there are people that have made plans according to this agenda, and it's not just one person, but it's multiple people that are affected by the change of this. This is a very long agenda. So the other part of this is that this is an item that still has to go through final DRC. This is an item that still has to go through highway corridor, and we have received the written comments, so we do know the comments of the woman that is intending to speak, and she will still have an opportunity to speak when she does arrive. And there is an opportunity that if for some reason, whatever recommendation, we would change our recommendation, we could still choose to revisit this item later if we would like.
Okay. And does anyone else have any feeling one way or the other? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed?
Nay.
Opposed. Okay, so that we're moving it to the end?
Pass 3 to 2.
Give me 1 second. I'm trying to recall recall, it requires a 2/3 vote to amend the agenda under Robert's rules. And I think unfortunately, I think it does. And now I'm trying to do the math in my head of a 3/5 vote versus a 2/3 vote.
We'll give you 30 seconds.
I appreciate that, Commissioner. So my recollection is that it is a 2/3 vote, but I will go ahead and I'm going to verify Robert's rules if you don't mind.
Super majority.
So it does require 2/3. So that motion would fail under Robert's rules.
There we go. Then may I have an adoption of the minutes from June the 22nd? That was a little while ago.
So moved.
A second?
Second.
Any discussion of that? All in favor? Aye. Are there any public comments? For those who have comments pertaining to the agenda item before the commission this evening, you have the opportunity to comment before the commission votes on the item. You're welcome to hold your comments until then or voice your comment at this time. Do we have any old business? And do we have any of those public comments that are not on the agenda?
All public comments are for items on the agenda.
Okay, so then I guess we will head on to new business. 1 Thurmond Way, a request by Joe DePauw of PDG Architects on behalf of the owner Saga Communications for approval of Certificate of Appropriateness, HCO.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, I need to recuse myself.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Thank you. Lydia is recusing.
Perfect. Good evening, Commissioners. Tonight, we have before us an application. Joe DePauw is here on behalf of PDG Architects, who is here on behalf of the owners, Saga Communications, Inc., to review a certificate of appropriateness for the construction of a new 2-story office building of approximately 3,500 square feet. It is located on the property that's identified as 1 Thurmond Way, which is in the Bluffton Village Development in the Town of Bluffton Highway Corridor Overlay District, and that is in the Bluffton Village PUD. So we've got several layers there. The project location is near the, I'm the only one who can't get the mouse to work. The bank here, it's on the corner of Thurmond Way and May River, or Bluffton Road. I've got it circled in red on your screens in front of you, as well as in your staff report. It is outlined on your map there as well. The site plan, this development was established many years ago as essentially building pads within a planned unit development. Another development that's sort of similar to this would be the Promenade, where they have a building pad and most of the space is common open space with the exception of the building pad that the structure is being placed on. So in this case, you can see the property line touches the corner of the top and left portion of that. The service yard touches the property line corner on the top right, and then it comes down to the edge of what would be the sidewalk on the bottom there. So it's actually above that dashed arrow line on the screen. So this right here is the property line. It goes around it. So what we have the authority to review with this application is the landscaping, lighting, and architecture for the building pad only. And what you're seeing here is the site plan. And then I have labeled them. They are labeled front, back, rear, left, right on the bottom of the plans, but I have labeled them with the streets in which they will face. So this is Thurmond Way, which is the front elevation of the building. It has a tower element on the left-hand side of the screen there, as well as the service yard you're seeing is the horizontal lines that are located on the right side of your screen. From the drive aisle, which is if you've turned left off of Thurmond Way, like you're going to the bank, you will see this elevation here. I'm sorry, this is the parking area. The May River Road elevation is this one, and then the last one is that parking area. So that's the drive aisle that goes in towards the bank. So again, this is what you'd see if you turned left, May River Road. This is what you'd be seeing through the buffer that is part of the planned unit development, not the building pad itself. The parking area as if you were coming out of the ATM. This would be the ATM view, and then the Thurmond Way view is this one here. So Thurmond Way and May River Road are the two actual streets for this structure, May River Road being the highway corridor that requires review of this application. The colors and materials, I've provided the actual board to Amanda. So Chairman Denmark has the actual color board here because it is a little bit hard to tell what those materials are on the screen in front of you. However, they have been found to meet the requirements of the architectural standards, with the exception of one item, which is the metal wall material that is shown in one of the staff conditions, and I discussed that as a wall material. The other ones, the colors are just fine, and the materials themselves are acceptable. There's a service yard detail, as well as the landscape plan that is showing the foundation plantings. These are technically on, most of them are on the Property Owners Association. So the ones on the bottom side of this development here are actually on the property, with these being proposed in the common open space. So the letter of approval from the Property Owners Association is what allows those to be installed there, but they are still open space. They're not confining that area and restricting its use. It's just adding plantings to it. This is a little bit more zoomed in of it so that you can see actually what was happening on the screen. And then the information about the building lights. Again, because this is just a building pad, the only things that are being proposed as part of this is the lighting that is next to doors and on the building walls itself. The street lights are part of the development planned area that is not part of the review of this application. When the Planning Commission reviews applications for highway corridor, they are looking at the review criteria found in section 317.3 of our Unified Development Ordinance, which specify that you need to meet the architectural standards in chapter 5 if they're applicable, which in this case, as it's located in a PUD, it is not. So the application also must be in conformance with the development agreement, which is the Bluffton Village Development Agreement, the PUD concept plan, PUD master plan, subdivision plan, or any other agreements. Those have been outlined in your staff report in much detail. However, there are just a few items that need to be addressed on those. And then the application has been found to be complete, so it is in compliance with the third one there. The Planning Commission has the authority to approve application as submitted by the applicant, approve the application with conditions, or deny the application as submitted by the applicant. Joe DePauw is here with us tonight to speak on behalf of the application, but town staff has found that with the following items being addressed, it could meet the requirements found in section 317.3 and recommends approval or approval with conditions based on the plans that were brought to tonight. The items that need to be looked at a little more closely: the Town of Bluffton zoning ordinance standards, which is what is referenced in the Bluffton Village documents, notes that the use of corrugated metal siding is not something that is specifically permitted. It does allow for the use of other materials to be painted and similar to wood. This would not look like wood, however, it is a design choice that they're requesting you take a look at. The lighting section, it meets the lighting illumination requirements. However, it does not technically specify that LED lights are one of the permitted types. This is something that we have seen before. It is just that the standards didn't account for LEDs at the time that this was written, and so these applications that are coming in now need to address that. The other items are for the architectural design guidelines. The Bluffton Village master plan documents specify a datum line is required at 10 to 12 feet on all structures. They have proposed one. It's just located 15 to 16 feet above the adjacent sidewalk rather than that required 10 to 12. So it is a little bit higher, and I can show it to you on the side elevation here. So it is this line here. It is 3 feet taller than what the Bluffton Village requirements allow for, and that's to allow for the roof lines here to be able to not be a continuation of that datum line with the head height of the door. So they have proposed it at a bit higher elevation there. The next one is the allowance for stucco to be applied over a wood-framed building. The Bluffton Village master plan design guidelines do allow for the use of tabby stucco as a wall material. However, it also specifies that it needs to be over concrete or a CMU build. This is to allow for the depth of that concrete. So that's something to take into consideration. And then the last one is that it doesn't allow for horizontally oriented windows. And on this plan, there are a couple windows that do technically have a horizontal orientation, and it is on the front elevation here. These windows here are horizontal because they're just a bit more wide than they are tall. So those are the items that staff found that need to be addressed. And again, Mr. DePauw is here to speak on behalf of it. I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Mr. DePauw, would you like to come and speak to your project, please?
Yes, thank you. Joe DePauw with PDG Architects, the architects for the project. As Katie said, this project was reviewed and approved by the Planning Commission back in 2019. We addressed the conditions of the approval, got those reapproved through the BVAC at that time, and got the formal approval notice from the town in February 2019. The client put the project on hold for the last couple of years, and so we're asking approval for the plans at this time. The design is exactly the same as what was approved then. We have updated the site plan and survey to the new datum, measuring new grades off the new datum. I would like to go back over the elevations because I think Katie had these labeled a little bit differently.
Yeah, I'm going to switch them.
This is the front elevation. It is facing the post office drive aisle as you walk in. This is the May River Road elevation that's screened by the trees and all the greenery along the highway.
Bluffton Road.
This is coming in on Thurmond, and that is back on the parking lot. And I'm available to answer any questions you guys may have.
The colors, are they the same as they were?
Yes.
Everything's the same.
Yep.
Do you have anything before I ask for public?
The tabby that you show on that board looks very similar to that stucco. I'm assuming it's because it's a picture of the tabby. That's not an accurate representation. I'm assuming it's a lot more textured, but that's my question is it more distinctly different, or is it as closely resembling what you're actually showing there?
No, I think what you're picking up there is that the shells in the picture are small, and the stucco sample's big and is showing the fine. So there'll be a good contrast between those two.
And it's more of a gray tint
Yes.
versus the white. Okay. Did you have a question?
Couple weird questions, or a couple questions. The first one's probably going to be weird. I see in the rendering an antenna sticking up above that building. Is that truly going to be there?
We do have an antenna on that. Yes.
Okay, is there any special kind of, looking at you, Katie, is there any special kind of requirement, guideline, either in the PUD documents or in the town documents?
It can't extend past 50 feet, which it does not.
And that has,
That's the only design criteria that we
Is there a measurement on it so that we can have it for the record?
I know that is accurate because we scaled it in, and that has been in there through every step of the approvals process. And remember
I'm not
that
saying it
being
hasn't,
something
but
possibly about the FCC is whether or not there's actually a possibility of denying something like that.
It's
Is it
at 44 feet from grade to top of the.
Is that something we need to have documented, just so that
It is
they know not
it is
to?
documented on the elevation.
Yeah.
Oh, is that what that, okay, I see it.
It's this right here. I've zoomed in on my computer
I
screen.
see it now.
And is that an actual functioning antenna? Just out of curiosity, or
Yes.
is it just because it's a radio station and you want to?
No, it is their functional elements, and that's the products that they gave us to scale in.
And so, and this is less for you, but more for staff. So pretty much any building that goes in commercially could have something like that, and we don't have anything. Like if they want to put 10 antennas on that building, as long as they were less than 44 feet, they could do it?
In the highway corridor, there's not specific language that prevents that. There are some architectural standards that we could probably apply to it if they did propose 10.
Well, you see where I'm going with this.
But it'd
It's
be
not
within-
necessarily-
it'd be within
It's not your
that.
project, Mr. DePauw. It's thinking about, okay, 5 years from now, we get a commercial project somewhere else that antenna city, and they want to put 10 antennas on the outside. It might be something we need to look into.
That is something potentially to look into. I know in the historic district, there are some standards that say which elevation it can be facing and that it must be screened appropriately in the highway corridor. We have the height requirement, or the height maximum for uninhabited appurtenances of any kind or projections, but not specific to that.
Does this project have ARB approval yet?
It does. We have, the approval letter is from 2019.
Needs to be updated.
We are in progress of getting an updated letter. The gentleman who reviews the plans has looked at what we submitted here and said, yes, this matches what we had before, we should approve it. The gentleman who, at the management company who writes the letter, is out of town, so we will be able to provide that letter next week.
And I'm comfortable with that. I know you need it by final. And I didn't think to ask this when I met with staff earlier this week, it is, oh, this is final?
You are the review authority for a certificate of appropriateness.
Thank you.
And there was nothing,
Then we should make that a condition, probably. Final ARB approval, yeah.
there's nothing to indicate that that prior approval expires, either in the CC&Rs or the letter itself. But we'll get an
Good
updated
point.
letter.
Good point. As somebody that doesn't understand why this would even be not allowed as a thing, stucco over wood versus stucco over concrete, why would that even be a thing?
So stucco over wood could be applied as paper thin as you see it technically on the materials board that you have in front of you, because it is just an applied surface on top, maybe not quite as thin as that piece of paper. However, it still would have a very applied appearance if it were done in a way like that. It also can be built out around windows, around doors, things like that, in order to still have the shadow lines of the brick or, I'm sorry, concrete or CMU construction and create those shadow lines that make it appear as though it is still dense, and it would save on the costs and some of the the fire code, things like that they may need to be able to meet if they were to use a wood construction versus the CMU. But the window details that we've seen shows that they are building those out to have the shadow lines that would make it appear as though it's still over the concrete or CMU, rather than just a stuck-on surface, basically like peel and stick tile versus real tile. You're going to have a grout line on a regular tile, and the peel and stick doesn't quite get that depth.
Okay. So basically, quality of appearance could be a lot less over wood, is what I'm hearing.
In some cases, that may be it. Based on the other details in the building plans that were provided, it does not appear that that's the case here.
There are other buildings in that development that are built the same way, wood and stucco.
And they came out fine? No
I did
comment.
not review those, but I looked at these, and I think that these would meet the intent.
We have detailed the window a little bit differently on our building, setting the window back 2 inches from the face of the wood wall framing so that we get that extra depth that is not present on those other buildings in the village.
And then the only other question I had was the datum line. Is that going to look weird compared to the other buildings around it if they're in that 10 to 12 foot, or is it?
I don't personally have a problem with it because the canopy over the windows, like, they kind of provide that
Well,
sense of pedestrian, and then the score lines of the CMU. So to me, I think that it's appropriate for this particular design.
I think
because you
it
have the
looks
other
great on
elements.
this, I'm sorry.
Well,
I think
just
it
because
looks
you have
great
the
on
other
this building, yeah. But it was, relation to other buildings was the only question I was wondering. But this is pretty much an isolated lot too, isn't it? It's right in front of the bank.
Yes, it's in front of the bank.
And
So it's
because the datum line isn't all at 12 feet or all, I mean, some of them may up or down anyway, so there's
Okay.
no consistency.
It's a new concept to me, I just didn't, that's why I'm asking. That's it.
It's a little bit prescriptive, and here we've chosen to raise it so that we can create some hierarchy between the first and second floors, and the canopy is what brings it down to that pedestrian scale.
Okay, thank you.
Katie, would there be, I looked in the development agreement, and offhand what I found was that the maximum building height could be 28 feet. That's possibly, I'm looking at the wrong thing in the development agreement. So perhaps you can illuminate the maximum building height and where that can be found.
I can say that I reviewed the building height against the ordinance when I was reviewing it, but I cannot off the top of my head come up with a page number. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, and if I had my notes yesterday, this wouldn't be a question.
You think it's 28, would you?
That's what that's the note I have left myself, and I made no reference to myself as to where that was, other than it's in the CCR. I think I put it it said it was in the CCRs.
I feel like I've done a building in there before, and it's a little taller than that.
Okay. Because I can see it's 32.9, and that was, and this is proud of that, and maybe we've done other buildings that are 32.9 in this development, and it's not out of scale or character. I don't have enough information, and I'm not sitting here with the development agreement in front of me either.
Off the top of my head, everything in there is going to be taller than 28 feet.
Yeah, I was going to say, a lot of those things are taller than 28 feet. They don't have the same proportion in massing as these, so I think some of those might be perceived as taller than this one. This one's kind of broken down
Okay.
in massing.
Okay. The other comment that I had was there's two things. One, I'd like to see that elevation from 46. That one, where that building drops down and it's that flat level. It's not the fencing I'm worried about softening. What I'd like to see soften is the end of that building where the windows stop, because it's just basically a blank wall with a gutter. I know there's wax myrtles going along there, but something evergreen, understory, tree, there at the end, kind of soften that facade would be ideal.
In the landscape, okay.
Mm-hmm. And then the other thing I saw on the landscape plan, and I'm sorry, I'm far away because I got all my plans in front of me, is there's along Thurmond, there's the storm sewer where the concrete comes in, and this sidewalk is right up next to it, and there's like 6 inches maybe between. It would be just nice to connect those. I know there's not a requirement. It would just be something it's like this weird thing that happens on a lot of sidewalks that I just would wish that everybody would just finish it. It's just a request. It's not a condition.
I assume that will work with the sidewalk rating.
What's that?
I would assume that would work with the sidewalk rating, but that would be.
There's an assumption that I am making that it works with the sidewalk rating.
Bridget Duncan, I found it. It is in the architectural design guidelines for the Bluffton Village Master Plan and Development Agreement, and it is a street front building which is allowed a maximum of 35 feet, which it is under.
Thank you for clarifying.
Do we have any say on what kind of music they play?
I believe they'll have a call-in number.
Anyone else have any other questions for the applicant? Do we have any public comments for this project? No? Okay. Well, then if there's any other. You filled out a card?
Well, no, I didn't, because I didn't know I had to.
I think we can make an exception, don't you?
Okay. Okay, so you can come on up and please state your name and address for the record. You have 3 minutes.
Erin Otten, 12 Drayson Circle, which is within walking distance of this building. Just want to make sure there's enough on 46, enough landscaping so we don't see it. Everyone wants to knock down trees, but we have landscaping requirements. We have to plant this and plant that. You know how long it takes to grow trees. So I just want to make sure there's enough landscaping where we don't see a lot of it. Granted, they can see out the windows, that's fine, but I've watched everything grow up over there. Landscaping.
We have to get rid of that for us, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there any further discussion?
Can we address the landscaping? What is the buffer there?
So there's an existing buffer,
I'm looking at it on Google Maps, and I see that there is foliage, but what are the buffer requirements on that neighborhood?
So there's the existing buffer that is outside of the scope of work for this project. It is the, let's see if I got the. This is on this one. So this, you can kind of see it here at best. There's the existing buffer line, which is right here. So this is the right-of-way for 270, or I'm sorry, 46. I have done a few on 278 lately. This is the existing sidewalk you can see weave through here, as well as the Highway 46 pavement line here. And then you've got the existing buffer, and then this here is the property line that we're looking at tonight. So they are not taking down any trees outside of this area, but they are adding, let's see, these are crepe myrtles here. This is 5 additional crepe myrtles of a different size here, it looks like. I mean, that may just be, on the planting plan, they may be all the same size, but they are called out in 2 separate places. They've got a magnolia on the corner here, and
The crepe myrtles on the end by the sidewalk, those are wax myrtles that are in between.
I'm sorry. Thank you, Kathleen.
You're welcome.
So they are adding some additional plantings along the side here, but they are leaving the buffer intact as it's not part of the area of work for this project.
So there are no trees being removed?
There are none on that lot, are there?
Not that I recall.
There are no trees being proposed as part of this, and I was trying to remember, I was out there posting a sign the other day. There is no trees on that site. So if something were to change on that, it would be reviewed as a separate tree removal permit, as it's not been considered as part of this application.
Okay. Thank you. Kathleen, do you have something else?
I had one other question I forgot that I had. The trash service, are you doing trash bins in that service area with the other items that are in there?
I believe it's common trash. It's been a couple of years since we addressed that. But the trash, there is a dumpster that is part of the development that is shared with the bank.
Okay.
Okay, so let's get back and kind of regroup at the staff comments so that we can get a motion started. What did everyone, their feel on the corrugated metal siding? Is that an approved section?
My question, it looks on the image on the PowerPoint or on the PDF we got, shows it kind of dark, but in real life it looks kind of shiny and brighter to me, and not even as matte as I would have wanted. And that's just how it's feeling, a little bright and a little like it's attracting more attention than I would have liked to have seen from my standpoint. But I'm not an architect either.
Do we have a feel for what the corrugated is going to look like? I mean, we have a feel for the color there, but do we have a feel for what it's going to look like? And it's just on the tower portion, basically, of the building, correct?
Were any of y'all here when we did the Wendy's at Belfair?
No.
Well, they have the corrugated black metal siding that we approved for that one. And it ended up looking nicer than I thought because I argued it. But I can understand the color issue. So that I just wanted to, if you put the Wendy's picture in your mind where that black is, that's.
Just trying to make
I'm just trying to give you an example, real world.
Yeah, no, I don't necessarily have an issue with it. I was just wondering if we knew what it looked like. It looks nice there.
And that corrugated metal was on that 2019 ARB approved plan, is that correct?
Yes.
It was, yes.
And this has gone,
It's a darker color, it's the metallic, but it's darker, and that sheen does wear off.
Okay.
And wear down. We purposely picked something that wasn't the galvanized or galvo aluminum, so it was
That's bright,
more
yeah.
muted.
and this came through Planning Commission previously, is that correct?
That's correct, yes.
Okay, so then, and it was on that plan that was reviewed by the Planning Commission at that time as well?
Yes, all the design elements in this, besides the grades on the survey or the original survey.
I mean, it's not my expertise to be commenting on. That's my issue.
It's not the what?
That galvanized siding is not, like, it's just, I don't have a good idea of what that's really gonna, I appreciate the comment that it patinas over time and takes a little bit of the sheen off.
It's galvanized is more of the silver, brighter color.
Yeah.
That is not what that is.
Right.
So it's not going to be as reflective, I guess, as
That's the intent.
as you see other corrugated metal roofs around, like in Stock Farm, they're on the older cottages on the left. Those have some corrugated metal roofs, and those are more of the light silver galvanized that you see. That is common. This isn't as common around town, I guess.
Right, that's
So-
a premium finish. So
Do you know
it's
any
not the raw
example?
galvanized.
There isn't anything around town
There
that
was
we know
a
of.
good example of it, that specific color.
Yeah. That's why I knew the black in my head, or bronze, or whatever color it was, is at Wendy's, but I don't know what this specific, I don't have an example for
How
that.
do you feel about it?
Me and seeing things like this every day in work and doing things, it doesn't bother me. I think that it's dark enough.
Okay.
If it was lighter, yes, I would have a problem with it.
Okay. All right.
So. The lighting, the deviation to use the LED as an allowable lighting source. And then we had the datum line. Is everybody comfortable with that? Okay, and then the stucco over the wood framing. And the windows with the horizontal orientation. Does anyone have any discussion on that?
I think that actually makes it look better there.
Jason, any comment? Okay. Kathleen?
I don't have a,
Okay, so does someone want to make a motion then?
I move that we approve. Help me out here.
And
The-
can I ask one thing real quick?
Yeah.
Before we do that, as far as the colors, is that a requirement, or was this just a bonus that we got the colors?
In the highway corridor, colors are
It
reviewed.
is.
They do meet the requirements of the earth tones and primary colors less than 50% value, et cetera.
Okay, thank you.
I found it now. I move that we approve the Highway Corridor Overlay Certificate of Appropriateness for 1 Thurmond Way with the staff recommended requirements, that we allow the use of corrugated metal siding, LED as a lighting source, the datum line to be where it is, stucco over the wood framing, the noted windows be horizontally oriented, and that the signage permits must be submitted to Town of Bluffton for review and approval.
And do I have a second?
Second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
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 All right, thank you.
Madam Chairman.
Yeah, good idea.
One after the other.
Madam Chairman, I'll need to recuse
You need to
myself.
recuse? Okay, Ms. Duncan's going to recuse herself. Welcome back, Lydia. Thank you. Okay, Lowcountry Pickleball Club, a preliminary development plan, a request by Brenda Maggin of Palmetto Land Associates for approval of a preliminary development plan. Dan, would you like to present?
Okay, thank you. The preliminary development plan for the Lowcountry Pickleball Club. A request by the property owner Rick Maggin of Palmetto Land Associates LLC for approval of a preliminary development plan for a commercial pickleball facility. Property is located at 60 Estate Drive within the Palmetto Point Commercial Master Plan. This is an aerial showing the location of the subject property off of Lowcountry Highway SC 170, just south of the intersection with Gibbet Road. Another location map. The application is for a preliminary development plan located within the Jones Estate and is subject to the standards set forth in the Jones Estate Development Agreement and Concept Plan. Project consists of 13,000 square foot restaurant, 30,000 square foot clubhouse with 6 indoor pickleball courts and 19 outdoor pickleball courts, with 6 of the outdoor courts being covered. I should note that the staff report had mentioned 12 instead of 19 outdoor pickleball courts. 12 was incorrect, 19 is correct. Staff comments on the preliminary development plan were reviewed at the May 18 meeting of the Development Review Committee. The applicant provided a response to comments and updated the site development plans to address the comments provided. And due to the project being in the highway corridor overlay, a certificate of appropriateness will need to be applied for, and it will be examined regarding the landscaping, lighting, and architecture. This will happen prior to the final development plan approval. This is the site plan. I have a phasing plan as the next slide, the best slide showing the proposed development as a whole. And in this slide, note that phases 2 and 3 are not a part of this preliminary development plan request. Just the phase 1, they provided this plan to show possible conceptual layout on phases 2 and 3. Planning Commission shall consider the criteria set forth in section 310.3A of the UDO in assessing an application for a preliminary development plan. Applicable criteria are provided below. And that these are the 6 items that were included in the staff report. Planning Commission's actions are approve the application as submitted by the applicant, approve the application with conditions, table the application, or deny the application as submitted by the applicant. Staff recommendation is town staff finds that with the conditions noted below, the requirements of section 310.3A of the UDO will be met, and recommends the Planning Commission approve the application with the following condition met prior to final development plan approval. It is one condition as part of the phase 1 pickleball facility development, provide perimeter sidewalks along the entire Highland Crossing Drive and Estate Drive frontages adjacent to the subject property. Tie the perimeter sidewalks to the proposed development's internal pedestrian circulation and to the existing sidewalk at the entrance of villages of Palmetto Point. Provide sidewalk street markings and pedestrian crossing signage as required. And so the suggested motion is the Planning Commission approve the application with the conditions noted by staff.
Okay. Any questions for staff? Or want to go ahead and do the applicant? Is there someone here to speak? There is. I kept looking for him and I didn't see him.
Probably Do you have another USB port on here?
You're gonna have to disconnect the mouse if you wanna use that.
Yes, I will. Yeah, it's just, yes.
Escape. Oh, you broke it.
While they're trying to figure this out, if there was any public comments that have not been written, please hand them over to Carrie. Carrie, where are the cards?
They're all up here at the desk. If anyone has not filled out one.
If you came in late and you want to speak, please fill out one of the forms.
Okay.
Evening. My name's Josh Tiller with J.K. Tiller Associates. I'm representing the developer, Mr. Rick Maggin, so if you have any questions about his proposed pickleball facility and what he's putting into this facility, he's happy to answer those questions. Unfortunately, our civil engineer came down with COVID, so fortunate for us, he decided not to come tonight, so I'm here to answer as much as I can as part of the preliminary application related to civil. What I'd like to do is kind of walk you through this. This is an earlier conceptual master plan for the property. And I'd like to kind of walk you through it. The overall site is just over 10.25 acres. This phase one proposed pickleball facility and restaurant occupies just under half that parcel. The remaining two phases that we're showing here with three separate commercial buildings will come at a later phase. And when we first laid this out, and I've been, just some back history, I've been involved with this property and the owner since 2005. So Mr. Maggin's been very patiently holding on to this property in anticipation of bringing quality commercial development to Bluffton. When we started laying out this pickleball facility, we were very sensitive to the residential lots that are shown to the left side of this page, which is to the south. And this facility and most of the activity will be to the very northern portion of the property. The building itself, the pickleball clubhouse itself, has 6 indoor courts, along with the remaining is approximately 9,000 square feet for the clubhouse. There's going to be an on-staff physical therapist there, and then other associated uses within a clubhouse. All the courts are north of that 30,000 square foot building. So that building itself provides a lot of noise abatement, which will help protect the residential properties south of us. In addition, we've got 6 covered courts, and that's to the very north of the site. And this will help capture a lot of that, any light that might fall outside of the courts. In addition, we've got the 13,000 square foot restaurant. Again, provides further noise abatement to the facility. So we've been sensitive to the residents' concerns as far as the layout of this facility. In addition, concerning circulation, the Palmetto, the commercial POA owns half of Highland Crossings. So the southern half is owned by the Homeowners Association at Palmetto Point, and then the northern half is owned by the Property Association for the commercial tract. So our proposed access points are approved by the overall HOA for the commercial side. From a parking standpoint, again, we fall under the Jones Estate PUD, which is tied to that is the old 90-3 zoning ordinance. And the parking requirements are very different from what we've got currently in the town. I believe the town for restaurant requires 4 spaces per 1,000 square feet of restaurant. Under the Jones Estate and the old 90-3 ordinance, it's 12 spaces per 1,000, which is significantly more than what's currently required. In addition to that, we provided 1.5 spaces for the 9,000 square feet of the clubhouse, plus 2 spaces for each of the pickleball courts, which according to my client's research and their understanding for use of pickleball facility, that's more than adequate for parking. In addition to the sensitivity to the residential layout of this development, we're also sensitive to the existing canopy trees and specimen trees on the site. There are 2 large multi-trunk live oaks that we've pushed this building back to the north to avoid impacting, and we've kind of created this space around those trees as a gateway into the main portion of the building. And just from a procedural standpoint, after this preliminary approval, we've still got to come back for highway corridor approval, and that's where you'll get a chance to look at the architecture. You'll get a chance to look at lighting and landscape architecture for the property.
Just a couple of items I might point out. Hi, I'm Rick Maggin, representing the owners group. Josh did mention that the restaurant's 13,000 foot, and it does provide some screening from noise and so forth. It is a 2-story restaurant, so it's not a single story, so that's pretty substantial to impacting the noise abatement. Another thing I might point out is when you look at the clubhouse building, the 9 or 10,000 foot portion of the clubhouse, which is closest to Highland Crossing Drive, is a 1-story building. That building steps from being a 1-story building to a 2-story building that encloses the 6 indoor courts, which are fully enclosed. So there's really a substantial blocking of the noise that might travel, and that was very important in our consideration for the layout. We spent a lot of times revising the plan and finally came up with a plan that I think accomplished what we wanted to and provided a great amenity to the community, both in terms of protecting against lighting and noise abatement and so forth, but also an amenity to the community that can be enjoyed by what we're trying to create.
I have a question. Josh, is the image that you're showing on the screen, that's not the most current? Like what's in our packet is the
Correct.
most
The
current? Because
difference
there's
is-
differences.
Yeah, we've, on the northern end to the far right of the page, we've brought, the name of the Kane Drive now straddles the property line with the parcel to the north of us. We were able to coordinate that with the adjacent property owner. So it's added a more, I guess, fluid access into that portion of the property. So we'll have a shared access with our neighbor there. So some of that drive that's to the furthest to the right actually shifts to that northern property line and straddles that northern property line. That's the only change.
And there's no food truck parking in the new plan? If so, where is it?
There's a pad.
Switch back to the other.
Yeah, if we could switch back to the,
Not sure how you. There you go.
It's not that go up to the phasing.
oh, the phasing plan.
Represents the curve.
Can you see my, oh, you can't see the cursor, but there's a pad where it says Kane Drive. To the left of the word drive, there's a pad in there that can accommodate those trucks. So as you can see, Kane Drive basically straddles that northern property line there.
I just kind of want to go over the differences so that we can understand. So what about on where the restaurant is and that access on Estate Drive? Is something a little different over there as well?
Yeah, we actually moved that. We had a second access point along Estate. We eliminated that.
Is there a reason?
Well, we felt we could improve some of the space behind the restaurant for patrons. And it also eliminated additional congestion along Estate Drive. So we just consolidated it down to one access point.
Are there any other differences that are, not, I want to say major versus minor, just so we can have a reference of what you had shown originally on the concept drawing?
That's
versus-
it.
The covered courts are different, in a different location, correct?
Yeah, slightly. Right. But generally, everything's in the same location. They might have been tweaked slightly.
Okay, does anyone have any questions before we do public comments?
I have a bunch, but I'm.
You want to do
almost
public
on the way
comment
for
and then,
public comment,
and then
yeah.
discuss? Okay. All right, well then we will go ahead and start the public comment if there are any.
William Weaver.
Let's not for that, this one.
James Jeffcoat.
Yes, please come speak into the microphone and state your name and address, and you have 3 minutes.
My name is James Jeffcoat. My address is 605 Lakeland Road, Severna Park, Maryland, but I am a property owner in Palmetto Point Business Park. And we have covenants and deed restrictions there that Mr. Maggin has tried to change and did not get unanimous consent to change. And it does not appear, I learned about this project today, that he's gone to our board or our architectural committee, and it doesn't appear that he's got the required 60-foot setback from the right-of-way at 170. It's not clear that under Article 4 of our declarations and covenants that this use fits into the allowed uses in the Palmetto Point Business Park. So it's regrettable that there was no effort on the part of the people who are paying dues in this business park for maintaining ponds, rights of way, to have had any input before this came before your committee. So I oppose it.
Thank you. Do we have another?
Michael Dolan.
Hello, I'm Mike Dolan. I live at 214 Argo Circle in Cypress Ridge, right across the street. And I got to say that I'm really excited about this. Ardent, avid pickleball player, play 4 or 5 times a week. We go to the Bluffton courts on Ulmer Street, and congratulations, they're the best courts in the area. I love the idea. I can understand pickleball is the fastest growing sport. There really aren't enough courts in the area for all the players. Sun City's constantly booked. Margaritaville constantly, or is adding more, et cetera. For the Palmetto Point people, I would say, if you go, Palmetto Dunes is like one of the best places to play. They have 24 courts in close proximity with a 1-story building, a clubhouse, and on the other side of that, you can't hear the ball. And so with this one, I'm just seeing these plans for the first time. If there are courts that are indoors and then the courts that are further away with a 2-story building, I would have to think that you're just not going to be able to hear very much. That's all I have to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there any others?
Larry Strandley.
Hello, my name's Larry Stanley. I live over in Sun City. And is what I'd like to bring your attention to is the noise of pickleball. We have a condominium down south. We're currently in litigation because of the sound of pickleball to the neighbors down there. I didn't realize it, but that noise carries up to a quarter of a mile. We purchased our home over in Sun City about 2 years ago. We are somewhat close to the pickleball courts, a little over 1,000 feet. And from 7 o'clock in the morning till 10 o'clock at night, we have no quiet enjoyment of my property. So when I saw this coming about, I saw that there was residential community adjacent to it, and that brought concern for the people that were adjacent to this commercial property. I listened to the developer, and it shows that basically he's building a building to protect from that sound. Sound waves are such that they reflect off of surfaces, so putting a building, trees, or landscape from point A to point B is not a protective process. You actually have to have a sound engineer take a look at it. There are some companies out there, one is called Acoustablock. They make a special fence, which is called Acoustafence, for pickleball courts. It subsides sound mitigation by 28 dB. You can print it, you can make it look like landscape or whatever you want. But I just wanted to bring up the point that, you know, there is a residential area here, and the sound of pickleball, again, is 15 hours a day nonstop, 7 in the morning till 10 at night. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sarah Glass.
Hi, my name is Sarah Glass. I'm the Vice President of the Palmetto Point Homeowners Association. This is the subdivision that's right next to where this is proposed going in. I know we have quite a few concerns, but I know our biggest concern right now is one of the proposed entrances into this is Highland Crossing Point. That's ours. That's our street. We pay for that. We pay for everything. I mean, that's our street. So we're concerned with the traffic flow of opening an entrance onto a private street, a private residential street. So we want to make sure that we're heard on that. That was it.
Okay. Thank you.
Carrie Murphy.
Okay. Are there any others? That's it? Okay. Do y'all want to go ahead and start discussing? Yeah. Would you like to go first?
My first question is the traffic report. It is page 7 of the report references that there will be an observation deck for the courts above on the rooftop area for the pickleball courts, and that will be served food. Is that correct?
Well, it's actually, you could call it an observation deck. It's an outdoor gathering area, and it resides between the two-story restaurant and the pickleball clubhouse. It's that area in between the two.
Was that area taken into consideration for the parking calculations?
What's the answer?
It's not required. It's based on heated square footage.
But you're serving food
Well, it'll
there?
be for the users of the court there, but it's not required.
Okay.
Why wouldn't it be I don't quite understand why it wouldn't be required as a count if it's just another part of where they're serving or activity.
It's part of the club use. So the 13,000 square feet is based on that building square footage.
As a total, that I guess is what, that includes that part, the 13,000.
No, the 13,000 feet is enclosed.
So why doesn't that square footage count for parking? Do we have answers?
That should count just like
If it serves as outdoor restaurant area where they're going to be sitting and eating, it should count the same way that we calculate it for outdoor seating areas for restaurants. It should be counted into the parking lot.
Yeah, it's an observation area.
As far as my understanding of it. Our architect couldn't be here
But
today.
even if it's an observation deck and it's occupied square footage, does that square footage not count towards the total square footage of that amenity building?
Well, there'd be some type of count per code and life
Right.
safety. So at some point, it's going to be counted somewhere. So that's what, so it's excluding the 13,000. So there's additional square footage we don't know, basically.
If you have tables and chairs around other courts, are those counted as dining areas too?
There are different things in how the code reads as far as whenever your architect does their code study, as assembly or business or whatever it may be, restaurant, there's different counts that they give you in the code book. So I don't know what those are right now or how that's classified.
Does that code book refer to
I'm talking about general building and life safety code, not necessarily whatever you're reciting, but. So that's why we're just trying to understand what the use is.
I mean, there's going to be people waiting on courts. They've got to have gathering spaces. And that's why we had two parking spaces per court.
But how
Because
does
not every
that,
court's
I have a
gonna
question about how that works, because you have 4 players typically, correct? On one court?
Yes and no. If you're playing doubles, you have 2.
Okay.
If you're playing doubles, you have 4. If you aren't, you
But, so, if 2 people come and are playing singles and they come in different cars, that doesn't account for any spectators, and it doesn't account for doubles.
And we had to, based on the ordinance, the reading of what we're required for parking, we used our kind of industry standard because of the way it reads. It says, indoor, outdoor, commercial recreation, adequate parking facilities for contemplated use. The required commercial recreation parking spaces for any multiple use shall be either A, the number of spaces required for such single use having the greatest parking needs, plus 10% of the combined required for all other use areas. That number, or B, that number of spaces shown to be necessary and reasonable by data submitted by the developer.
Okay, let's talk about that for a second, because I did quick research, and I found 3 other planning departments in 3 other cities in this country that approved pickleball courts, and all 3 of them said that the required spaces were 5 spaces. And the reasoning they used of 5 spaces per court is you will have 2 sides playing against each other, that's 2 cars, whether it's doubles or singles. You will have the next set of players who are going to come and be ready to play that have to have a place to park their car, and then you have 1 for spectators.
What size facilities are those?
I'd have to look it back up, but they were between
That's
10 and 30 courts.
Yeah, that's essentially assuming that we have 26 courts and 26 courts are going to be used 100% of the time.
Well, I wouldn't think you would build them if you weren't going to use most of them most of the time.
Well, certainly not. If we could program them so they're used 100% of the time, the estimate is 50%.
Well,
But that goes back to events, and is there enough space?
And by the way, for events, there is not. If we have a large event, like a large pickleball tournament, we expect to have to arrange for shuttle services, and we have actually already talked to some folks about it.
Then that brings up another comment as far as where do you pull the shuttles in and out? And if you're busing people in, where would the bus go?
Well, it would be a large bus. It'd be the small vans.
Well, one day it could be a large bus. So I don't know where that is on the plan.
Well, and back to the previous, let's talk Palmetto Dunes and their 20 pickleball courts. I happen to work for a company that takes care of the HVAC systems in that 1-story building. And every single time I have been there over the past 3 years, all 20 courts have been in use. I haven't seen a 50% use. Very popular, and please don't get me wrong, we have to consider the use of this and what it's going to be like, and we don't want it clogged up any more than you do. And my concern on that, and there are other concerns here that we'll talk about, but my concern on that is if you don't have enough parking in there, where are they going to park? They're going to park on all the roads around it. They're going to park in the other, wherever the other gentleman is here that owns commercial in there. They're going to park in his parking spaces. They're going to park wherever they can find it.
And by the way, I share your concern because the worst thing that can happen is we open the facility and the restaurant and we don't have enough parking and people won't come back. So I share your concern. We're just trying to come to a reasonable number.
If you're not confident, though, in those courts being full, why do you need to do so many? If you're not confident in the amount of courts that would be used, why would you do so many? Why not scale that back and then that can accommodate your parking?
The reason is because in order to hold national tournaments, you need a minimum of 24 courts.
So then we need parking for a national tournament.
So we are projecting to hold 2 national tournaments. If anyone's been to Palmetto Dunes during their national tournament, they can see how difficult that facility is. So we have tried to accommodate everything within this design.
So do you have a parking plan for the tournaments?
No, we haven't gotten there yet. We believe we have quite a bit of circulation around the site. We discussed that at length, and that's why we have the 4 different access points. And in fact, we were, people suggested we not pursue the access point off 170, the right in, right out, but we wanted to, even though it's costing quite a bit of money to do that. We have gotten preliminary approval. But just go back to the parking issue. We understand if you look at phase 2, that 5,000-foot building, we designed that parking field just, I guess that's east of that 2,000-foot building to accommodate additional parking. We understand that part of phase 2 parking will probably be captured for phase 1.
Well, let's talk about those national tournaments for a minute. So I did what I do dangerously, and I did quick internet research, went to USA Pickleball site, and the last national tournament that was held in Palm Springs, California, drew more than 2,342 registered players. How can a site like that with 200 parking spaces handle 2,300 people over the time of a tournament?
Well, number one,
that scares the hell out of me.
Yeah, number one, it wouldn't be 200 because if you look at the other phases, I think we have 420 total.
But you're asking us to approve the pickleball with 200 spaces. So that's what we have to evaluate it on. You know what I mean? You're not doing phase 2 and 3 presently.
Right. But I'm saying if we felt, and during our discussions, maybe you're telling me we need more. If we felt that we needed more and you guys feel we needed more, we can capture some from phase 2 and include that in phase 1. But what I'm saying is you have over 400 spaces, and whether we build the building in phase 2 or that turns into a parking field, maybe that turns into a parking field. We want to be realistic too. We are very concerned about parking and providing adequate. We are not planning on covering the parking for a major tournament. It just doesn't make any kind of economic sense at all. And we know we will have to bus. We've already talked to some folks at the town. We've already talked to the county. And we've been in discussions with the county because the county actually came to us and said, we want a world-class pickleball facility and wanted to know if we wanted to do a public-private joint venture. And they have done a study in the county and they think Bluffton is the place to do it.
I'm not disagreeing that having something that has tournaments here would be a boon for the economy, would be a boon for everything, but I'm personally, commissioners, I'm having difficulty. There are so many unanswered questions, so many. So Chairwoman Denmark brought up the where do the large buses go, and you said there weren't large buses, but if we have a tournament, we have buses that bring people in, and you're not going to bring them in 15 at a time. You're going to bring them in from Buckwalter Rec Complex or wherever they park on Palmetto Breeze buses, which are 50 and 60-foot buses, and there isn't a drop-off area envisioned in this. So, I mean, we're trying. I don't know if this is the right spot for this. I don't know if this is the right size. We still need to work through all that, but we're trying to help with what we're tasked to think of with what does this look like, you know, and that's one of the other concerns.
Well, I think if you're talking about drop-off from buses, depends on what size bus you're talking about. We have great circulation around the site. We have the avenue coming down the middle. They can drop them off right at the front door. We have Kane Drive extended. we have a pad out there, and it's hard to have.
I
the
guess it
point.
would be helpful to have a plan that shows us maybe the route of a bus. So I don't want to make my own route up in my head because there's a bunch of different roads. And then two, maybe a plan for when you do have the large events, like where those those buses are picking people up and bringing them in. Maybe just some type of a plan to help us understand and alleviate a lot of concerns about parking, because right now it's just some unknowns.
We can do that for final. We'd be happy to do that for final. And one thing I think that might provide some comfort level, again, on that restaurant, we're 3 times more than what the town currently requires. It's 4 per 1,000. We're required based on the Jones Estate, 12 per 1,000.
But you're also
We're
serving food to another undisclosed tens of thousands of square feet that's not included in the parking calculation.
Well, that's still
so that's where
debate.
it's a little
I
bit.
understand that.
Yeah. And so where's the 2 spaces per court coming from?
That's from their research.
Okay, what's
Can,
the research?
can that be, where is that? Is that part of the application?
From talking with different operators around the country. We've
I
done
think-
extensive research to design this the way we designed it.
So the way the wording reads is that it needs to be adequate for the use. So I think whatever that research is needs to be included in the application. And then the traffic study also mentions it's only they only did a traffic study for daily use. They haven't done anything to do with events. So I think that somehow we need to have an event plan that's more than just a bus route, but accounts for that level of traffic and use. Because understandably, we're not going to have enough parking for this type of project all the
Keep in
time.
mind, when you're talking about a large event like that, you're talking about once or twice a year for a period of a couple of days. And it doesn't make sense to design this whole facility for a once or twice a year type of use.
But it would be
In other
nice to
words,
see what the.
To designate a bus drop-off area, that's a wasted space for once or twice a
Well,
year.
I don't think anyone's saying there has to be a bus drop-off, but logistically, we want to see what that looks like. And also, what does that impact to the traffic? Because it's not thought of in the plan, so it would be helpful to understand what that is. We're not dictating that it must be, you know what I mean?
Provide that.
So that we know, like, the bus has to go to the light. It can't go out these other entrances, things like that. Or, they're going to come in here and they're going to carry X amount of, bus this large or whatever it is.
Create a plan for that, show you there.
Well, and in conjunction with that, we really need a parking table, including phasing. There's no parking table on this. We don't know. I'm not going to sit here.
I've tried to do the
I did,
numbers and it
I
didn't
shouldn't
work.
have had to sit here and count 221 parking spaces. Please.
I think there was a statement in the narrative about the.
It would be great to have a table.
There was, I
For each
couldn't quite
phase.
get the numbers to add up right. So I think maybe because of that typo in the very beginning might have messed me up. So anyway, if it was more spelled out in a chart, it'd be helpful. In the review criteria, they were talking about, there's a section of drive aisle width that does not conform. Can we point that out? Dan?
That is let me see if I can do this without changing the slide. The depth, what is the width on that? It's 16?
It's 16 or 18 feet. For the angle of parking that they show, they don't have the adequate depth in the drive aisle.
Right, they would need an extra 2 feet in each direction, and it might be able to come out of the median, but it wouldn't leave much median left. But that's the only spot, it's just on the front entrance where we have not on here. The width of the road based on the angled parking would need to be 2 feet wider.
For each leg or one?
I believe that's right, it's
for each.
For each.
In other words, 4 feet need to be made up, whether it comes out of the parcels.
I think it's just a matter of shifting some curves. We'll get our civil on.
You said any comments?
Josh, you said that, I'm sorry.
No, go ahead. I was just making sure Jason was good.
You said that the POA had approved use of the entries, and yet we're hearing from, and I don't know if she's shown up here yet or not, but from the president of the POA adjoining you, that Highland Crossing Drive is private, it's theirs, and you don't necessarily.
That's mistaken. There's two separate POAs. There's a commercial side
Commercial
and
and
residential.
residential, yeah.
Residential does not own all of that road. They own to the center point of that road.
Okay.
The remaining portion of that right-of-way is owned by the commercial POA.
So the
They
north
own all
part
those
is-
roads that are built there, and that's what we're part of.
So they own half
So we
of
don't have
Highland
to
Crossing
ask-
Drive?
Sorry?
They own half of Highland Crossing Drive?
Correct,
Okay, and they're responsible for half of the maintenance of it,
correct.
and that's documented somewhere that can be provided.
I'm not an attorney, but I would say, I'm confident it is, because it's a separate parcel. And it falls right down the middle of that right-of-way. Because a state drive, if you look at a state drive, Kane Drive, all those, and what's the other?
Yeah, they've all got lines down the middle except for Highland Crossing Drive. The lines on this
It's
side
a
of it.
parcel. Yeah, Sable, they're all owned by the commercial POA.
In fact, there was discussion amongst the commercial POA, whether, and this was a number of years ago, whether we could get any contribution to our road maintenance by the residential subdivision that drives through our roads all the time.
And this might be a little, and Charlie, I know you mentioned that line doesn't go through the middle. Those other lines are just center lines of the road.
Okay.
And those phase lines are based on our property line. There's a separate property line that runs from our southern boundary to the midpoint of those, of the Highland right-of-way. That's owned by the commercial POA.
So why is this application 3 phases? Why didn't you just do phase 1 and phase 2 now and solve any kind of parking discussion?
We actually talked about doing that, and the original intent when we had the pre-application meeting was to do all the site development work, all the horizontal work at once. The only issue was we didn't know where the buildings were going to go or what size they were or what the uses were going to be for phase 2 and 3. And in the case of phase 2, whether we could even build a building or needed additional parking. So
I kind of get the feeling we're thinking you need additional parking.
No, and I'm not disagreeing with you. I'm hoping it's so busy we do. But that was sort of the discussion, and I think our civil engineer, who unfortunately isn't here to defend it, suggested that we not do that because whatever building we showed now for phase 2 and 3 would probably change, and we'd have to go through the process all over again.
Can you comment on the public comment about the property owner that was part of the commercial part, the POA? He was talking about this use is not allowed?
I know he mentioned the 60-foot buffer, and this goes way back to probably 2006 or 7 or 9 years ago when Highway 170 was widened. They acquired a portion of that buffer.
13.
Yeah.
The 2013.
That's correct, and there's a master plan amendment that reflects that.
Yes, and the master, and
The
that's,
buffer that they're showing on here is correct. It's no longer a 50 or 60 foot. It's been reduced to the amount that they show on there, and that's in accordance with the approved master plan.
There were a number of things in the covenants and the original documents that were drafted when the original business park was set up that were never revised and never brought up to date and made current. That's why, as Mr. Jeffcoat mentioned, we tried to get those documents changed about, I guess, 3 years ago. And every business owner in the park signed them with the exception of Mr. Jeffcoat. One of those items was changing that buffer because it was not correct anymore. It was revised when the highway took our property on the frontage. And another was the elimination of the ARB because there's never been an ARB since the property was developed. And to my knowledge, there's never been any HOA approval of any of the developments. I've been an owner since 2006. I've never been contacted by anyone to approve anyone else's development.
So
I have spoken with the other board members about our project and have gotten no negative responses.
so that there's nowhere stated about the uses for that development? The development, the use that you can, there's nowhere in there?
definitely is.
The zoning code. Is
It's
that what
in the
you're
Jones
speaking
estate.
about?
Well, I mean, I don't know. It sounded like he was referencing something for that particular POA.
Madam Chairwoman, if I may?
Yes.
I think it was Mr. Jeff Coat who had brought up that the proposed use may violate the private covenants on the property. I believe that's what you're asking about.
What does that mean?
So most communities, most subdivisions have their own set of private covenants as to what you can do within those communities. And I don't have a copy of the Palmetto Point commercial covenants. But they should be of record and they should dictate what would be permitted under there. And so I think that's the question that you're asking the applicant,
Yes.
whether to the best of your knowledge, there's any covenants that are being violated by this proposed application.
To my knowledge, no. I know recreational use is acceptable. I know retail use, restaurant use.
And we can,
Everything we're proposing.
we can find that in the covenants, though? Like, that's a document we can find?
We certainly can. Typically, and as part of the application, and perhaps staff can better address this question, but typically as part of an application for any sort of permit, there's a box that has to be checked that the proposed development, to the best of the applicant's knowledge, doesn't violate any private covenants. And those sorts of private covenants aren't necessarily enforceable by the town if there's a violation, but they are enforceable amongst those members of that community. So they're private contractual arrangements between them. We just don't want to approve anything that would violate that, so there's that step that we take.
That makes it kind of hard for us.
Well, I don't think that there's any, the idea is that there's not an obligation on the planning commission to ensure that private arrangements aren't going to be impacted. Your job is to enforce the zoning code, the ordinances adopted by the town, and follow the criteria. As far as private covenants, it's a private arrangement between the parties, but there is that step to kind of cover the town, the planning commission, where the applicant has to confirm that that the proposed use is not in violation of any of those private agreements.
So from the town standpoint, it's an okay use, it's an approved use?
And I'll defer to staff on that.
Yeah, it meets the Jones estate.
I just want to make sure it's clear so people don't think that we're changing things.
And if I may, the issue is that planning commission shouldn't be in the business of interpreting contracts and interpreting private covenants and declarations of covenants, which can often be 40 or 50 pages, and trying to determine whether this potential use is ambiguous enough to be permitted. There's a process in the zoning code for when that happens with zoning ordinances. There's no similar process for that when it comes to private agreements. That's between the parties. We just want to make sure that they're, to the best of your knowledge, you're not violating anything.
Okay.
And at the time of final development plan approval, we ask for a letter showing approval by any applicable HOA or POA or ARB. So
So Mr. Jeffcoat's concerns will be addressed at that time.
Right.
I have a couple of concerns that make me reluctant to see us move forward with an approval at this point.
Do you want to make a motion?
And if we can discuss for just a minute, and then I'd be more than happy to make a motion. One of the concerns isn't directly related to the developer as much as, guys, this is the traffic report. I don't know what I'm looking at. we need some kind of a, I don't know if the town staff can help provide it or what, but I mean, I know Lydia probably spent, 3 days on this?
I read it.
alone, Trying to understand it, and it's real hard to understand, to put it lightly. One of my major concerns, which we all know because I've voiced it a couple of times, is the amount of parking, the traffic flow. It hasn't been mentioned yet, but these folks that are at Palmetto Point, on the other entrance that they have, the other major entrance they have is a school. It's not your fault, not anybody's fault, but the other entrance they have is a school, which is a traffic nightmare at times. And if we box them in with 2 traffic nightmares, if we don't properly hash this out, then we're not doing them a service, okay? I want to be able to understand that traffic report. I think we need to see documentation for the reasoning for the number of spaces, and I think staff needs to research that too. Maybe some other planning documents. I bumped into them pretty easily on the internet of reasoning for it. Is it 2? Is it 5? Is it 3? Is it 8? That type of thing. Got to see some kind of a drop off, even if it's little 15-seater vans. What's the drop off and traffic flow look like so it's safe for the pedestrians that are going through? And I thought that was a great idea. Event traffic flow. Yeah, there are only 2 a year. There may be 8 a year that are smaller too. What's event traffic flow look like? That may even be something that has to be done in conjunction with, and I don't know here, with the police department to help with that.
I totally agree. We just didn't feel we needed it at this point. We felt that was somewhere along the line.
Understood. We have a certain responsibility at this point to be comfortable with what we're looking at, and I can't speak for anybody else. And no, nothing on you. I'm just not there. I'm personally not there.
And by the way, a lot of this comes on board with us once we finalize with the restaurant operator and the club manager. So it's sort of a process for us, and some of these things we'd be jumping the gun in order to do that.
And I think we all understand some of this is conceptual. We get that. And 13,000 might become 12,000, might become 1 story, might become, but there's certain things here that I think if we got buttoned up, then we could make a better informed decision. And I just still, and I hear you, Josh, I think we need to see truly who owns the road, because conversations I had earlier, the residential POA thinks they own the road. You think it's 50-50. We need to find that out and make sure that it's not that you wouldn't be able to use that road, but it's maintenance,
The road's already being used by the other commercial development does.
Oh, yeah. Just like the residential roads are being used by people that are cutting through from commercial to school or wherever. But just the question of the ownership of that road.
I think we can prepare all that for final.
Yeah. Well, I hear what you're trying to do and I hear what you're saying, but I'm not prepared. I personally am not prepared to vote for approval with those conditions. I would be more comfortable in tabling it for a month to let that be gathered and come back before us to review it. And I'm not speaking for everybody else on there, but that's where I'm leaning. And that's the motion I'm prepared to make, is to table it until the gathering of, and I don't know if any of the other commissioners have any other items that they're looking to see that I missed.
I think my biggest issues are the parking, making sure those counts make sense, and the traffic flow and event flow. Because like he said, it's going to affect those residents a lot. So we just want to make sure everybody's comfortable with that.
We can get our traffic engineer here for the next meeting. Also, from a parking standpoint, remember, we're kind of hamstrung by the existing old 90-3 ordinance. So we need, we can provide you all the numbers, but That only gets us so far. so-
Maybe make a visual, a graphic, so that everybody can
Can we
understand.
do a comparison in 90 days, not 90.3, what is it?
The old 90-3.
You know, I'm having X amount for the pickleball courts, I'm having X amount for this, just because not everybody can read plans like we can read plans. So I think as a graphic, something that everybody can see where the numbers are falling.
Well, and I think, wasn't that 90.90-3 or whatever? It does not say that you're supposed to provide the research for that calculation. So I think even just having that to back, you know what I mean? If it's up to your best research and knowledge, it'd be great if it wasn't just your word for it. We could see that documentation and where it's coming from. And because if 2 is the right number, that's fine, but I feel like we need to see
It also
that.
says whichever is less.
Then,
If we
so what's,
find that if it's 10% plus the restaurant, and that's less, then we're stuck with less. So we've got to have some give and take here on the parking.
yeah, but it's not
And
demonstrated really,
we've
or
tried,
research.
that's what we're trying to do.
I hear you say give and take, but my main overall concern is to not drive down a state drive and have it lined with cars on both sides because we screwed up in what
And
got
to our,
built.
and based on our research, we don't see that happening, but we're happy to do everything we can to make it,
Well,
make
and
you
that-
feel comfortable with the decision on
That, and as I keep saying, I'm one of actually four.
Four
up here
today.
right now. But it would probably also help to have the other commissioners here next month who aren't here. But I don't know how the rest of y'all feel on this.
Jason, do you have an opinion on?
Dan, if we're considering tabling this, is there any way you could do some research and find out if there are any documented complaints on the noise from other pickleball courts?
We could do that, and I think where you're talking, what you're asking for is a parking study that would include a scope that would maybe address tournaments and shuttling, as well as justifying how they've come up with how they calculated the required parking, roll it all into one parking study that they could provide for commissioners.
And what would give a comfort level too, and I'm not saying by any stretch you have to do this, but what would give a comfort level too is an MOU, memorandum of understanding with either Beaufort County Parks for parking or schools or something like that, along with that traffic. I don't think it's necessary, but it might.
It's hard to get anyone to focus when you aren't that far along the permit process.
Mhm.
We have actually tried, and nobody is ready. And, it's come back when you're ready to start construction.
I hear you.
So is the overall feel that we need more information? Lydia?
So what's the process if we approve it with conditions? Does that hold us to?
We never see it
exactly? Okay.
You will see it again as part of the highway corridor overlay.
CRD, that's not.
Right.
Which is
So
absolutely.
as y'all may recall, so this is preliminary development plan. The next step is going to be final development plan, which is a decision that is made by the UDO administrator under our zoning ordinances. So we have discussed this quite a bit, that, these recommendations that you make, town staff is responsible for, trying to make sure that these recommendations are followed. But ultimately, the discretion lies within the UDO administrator to make the decision based off of her judgment and the documents that are provided to her. So you will not see this application again, except for a review for the highway corridor overlay district. You do have, it sounds like there are 2 options that are being considered. I would recommend that, the planning commission ask the applicant if the applicant is okay with tabling it, because, part of the issue we also face is under the South Carolina law, we have a obligation to timely process applications as they're submitted. So we can't just indefinitely table things waiting for more information. A decision has to be made.
Yes, Josh?
I just asked one question. Does the planning commission still have the ability to kick final approval back to the full commission?
No, we have to ask EDO's permission.
You have to ask the permission. I mean, would you be willing to come back for final in lieu of having this extra step?
You mean table it for a month and come back a
Well,
month
not
later?
table.
Or come back for final?
It would give us preliminary with the conditions, but we'd be willing to come back for a final approval
that we
at
can
the
see
planning
it again.
commission.
Yeah, but we don't have the ability to make that agreement. The UDO administrator would have to.
But that could be a condition.
So you can, unfortunately, they can't make it a condition because that takes away the authority of the UDO administrator under the zoning ordinance. That being said, having worked with town staff quite a bit, and I will defer to staff on this, I would fully expect if the applicant is in agreement and speaks on the record about it, planning commission makes their feelings on this particular issue known, that they expect to see this as part of the final development plan. I can't guarantee it, but
I'm
I would think
not letting it get that far down the road.
If this is the only time we definitely get to see it, then I'm not comfortable either.
I'm sorry.
Even if we volunteer to come back at this meeting.
But I don't know that it's a guarantee, right?
Yeah.
So-
I can't guarantee it, but it's fully expected that Ms. Collins would send it back to the planning commission.
I don't want you to do a lot more work in what's required for final before you come back to us and all of a sudden something one side. I personally would rather take 30 more days to get that data so we all can make an informed decision than have you do all that work, come back in a few months for final, and we're like, this makes no sense.
And it may be more than a few months because you have the stormwater permit that sits between preliminary and final. They have to have a stormwater permit prior to submitting for final, so you may not see it for several months just based on how long it takes to get the stormwater permit approval.
That's for final. But if we table it, we'll see it sooner and then they can get started.
It'll be coming back as a preliminary development plan for approval.
Or the applicant can just bring it back and we don't table it, but it's up to, again, I'm speaking for me, I'm not speaking for four, so.
If approval with conditions means that you're going to finish the rest of the development plan and go through all of that engineering, I don't think I'm comfortable with that yet.
I agree with Lydia.
Agreed.
Okay, so
how do we want to approach this? Do you all want us to table it, or Richardson guide us here, please?
Yeah, absolutely. Commissioner Wetmore, it sounds like the options are being presented to the applicant right now to table this. I think that's what we're hearing from the planning commission, so that they aren't forced to vote on it at the moment, in which case it seems that they're leaning toward a denial. I can't tell you exactly what they're going to do, but it certainly seems that way. And that way you don't have to start from scratch. And this way you can table it, come back in 30 days, get the parking concerns out the way, rather than coming back with a final development plan where you've spent all the money on the stormwater calculations and engineering, and then maybe your parking doesn't work and you have to come back to the preliminary development plan and redo all your stormwater again. So,
Can I ask one question in the meantime?
I think you just did.
Do what you suggested before, and sort of the same scenario I was thinking of initially, which is do the entire site, show all the parking, show conceptual buildings for phase 2 and 3, and then bring it back within 30 days? Does that put us further ahead because of the parking issues? Not saying we aren't going to address all the other things.
How does staff feel about that?
Your parking that you would show that you want to count towards your phase 1 pickleball facility would need to be within that phase 1. So in other words, the out parcels that you're showing now, if you're talking about some of that parking being used for phase 1,
or if we
would be included in it.
Right, if
Make
we
it one big
include phase 2 within phase 1.
Then phase 1 would be bigger, including an additional parcel.
I mean, maybe that solves our
Yeah,
problem.
and that's what you're bringing forward as a preliminary development plan that includes, probably what you're looking at here is phase 1 and 2, if I hear you correctly.
but that's the hard part, is that we don't know that that solves your problem unless you did some calculations showing us some of those plans. And like we were saying, we don't want you to go too far down the road.
Yeah.
And then if something didn't work out, then you've already spent that.
If we're confident that does solve our problem, that's an option.
I'm open to anything you want to propose that solves the problem. I mean, because they're allowed, if they're resubmitting for a preliminary, they can resubmit any iteration of this, correct? In terms of phasing. And
Say that again, I'm sorry.
if they're resubmitting for a preliminary, they can adjust this as much as they want to in terms of what's included in the different phases.
If they resubmit?
Yeah.
Yes.
And still come back within 30 days, is what you're saying.
Yeah, and address your conditions.
Right.
As part of that new resubmittal. We hear you, we've listened.
And Madam Chair, if I can, because I know we do have a full agenda tonight, we have a ton of people here in the audience. If I can try to summarize so that we can move forward. That what Planning Commission is recommending, it sounds like the applicant is amenable to, is tabling this application for 30 days so we can come back at the next Planning Commission meeting so that certain concerns can be addressed regarding the parking, what sort of parking calculations are being used to determine the appropriate parking for the pickleball facility, as well as proposed tournament layout for the traffic flow and bus drop-offs and the traffic concerns and traffic patterns. And
verify the ownership of the road.
Verify the ownership.
Which I'm sure you'll be able to.
And then, did you have something about noise?
That's a big ask with a short turnaround.
Which part?
30-day delay.
Well, we don't have to put a time frame on it. We can table it until the applicant's ready, if that.
You still need the information 30 days prior.
Right.
Is it better for us to table it, or is it better for them to withhold from?
I would recommend that y'all table it, so you're taking action on it.
And could I make just a question, and this is probably for staff? I think as far as parking calculation goes, we're kind of firing in the dark here on pickleball. We felt comfortable with it. Is there a standard you'd like us to use for that, whether it's ULI or as far as parking calculation? Because what I'm concerned with is we might do our homework and find out that it's actually less than what we're proposing. Will you all still be comfortable with that?
You're talking specifically about parking requirements per court, or, I mean, as long as you can cite examples and where it's used elsewhere, I think that's fine. And you're right, there's some published material out there that probably has references to it.
I just want to make sure whatever we use is going to be acceptable.
Yeah.
Stuff and.
Well, don't use my 5-minute internet search that said 5 spaces, you know.
What are the regulations typically for a tennis club?
Good question.
It's 1.5 spaces per square foot. If we follow the ordinance. So.
Per square foot of what? Building?
Of club space for the building. So we are over parked. I'm just concerned if it gets smaller based on our study and we come back the same number. Are you?
Just document it. Okay. That's all we're asking is for
Document
documentation.
it, show those plans of busing people in. I mean, because that can cover things. We just need to see, we don't have anything to look at.
Understood.
Madam Chair, I hate to throw a little bit of a wrinkle into this, but the individual who had requested that this be moved to the end of the agenda has arrived and is available to provide her public comment if you would like to allow her public comment. I'll give you the pros and cons real fast. Pros, you know what the public comment is. The applicant's going to know what the public comment is. It's already going to be tabled to come back to the next meeting, so she'll have an opportunity to present her public comment there as well. But again, she has made her way here, and it may be something that the applicant wants to include in their application or address in their application in advance of the meeting. So ultimately, it is in your discretion as the Planning Commission to decide whether to allow this public comment to be presented. Again, there is a packed agenda tonight, and we have a packed room here.
Josh, Are y'all good with that? So we can hear one more comment, and then that way you can have something else to include, I mean, just more feedback.
And this individual is the president of the POA.
We saw the email as well.
Oh, okay.
We know.
Okay, so yes, we'll allow the public comment.
Gary Murphy?
You'll state your name, address for the record, please.
Carrie Murphy, 32 Sago Palm. My apologies for not being able to be here on time. As you guys know, I am the president of the Palmetto Villages Palmetto Point HOA. We've got several concerns, as I outlined in that email. The first being that we own Highland Crossing Drive. I know there's dispute that it's co-owned, but the GIS mapping as well as the plat shows that we own Highland Crossing Drive. Additionally, we pay for the water, we pay for the electric associated with the monument out there. So just from a logistical speaking, that's going to disrupt the accessibility into our community. Couple that with the fact that on the other side we have Pritchardville, where the school district has an easement, and so we're already facing issues with access into the community and the wear and tear on our roads. So if we were to allow, or if this were to happen, the tremendous amount of wear and tear on the roads, the expense. I saw in the plans that it states that the POA is going to be responsible for maintaining the roads. My question would be, is that referring to the business association or the HOA? And then again, with the noise, even if you do a quick Google search, noise and pickleball is a known issue. Several lawsuits have resulted as a result of the noise. And so again, with it being in such close proximity to our homes, we are also concerned about the noise, the traffic, just the immense amount of traffic it's going to bring into the community, and possibly be a cut through for the community as well.
Thank you.
I would encourage y'all to get together and discuss issues.
Absolutely.
It would help us.
Okay.
Okay, so we'll go ahead and make the motion.
I move that we table the agenda item until such time as the applicant comes back, addressing some of the issues, or addressing the issues that we previously mentioned.
I have a
Do I
second?
need to? No.
You were just saying.
Second.
Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
And Commissioner Duncan is back. We will go to number 3, the refuel store and car wash preliminary development plan. Dan, you're going to be presenting that one as well, please.
The preliminary development plan for refuel store and car wash. It is located in the Riverside Village, Parcel 6. The request by Ryan Robinson of Refuel Inc. with authorization of the property owner, Avtex Commercial Properties, for approval of the preliminary development plan. The property is located at 150 Parkside Commons within the new Riverside Village Master Plan. This is an aerial showing the location of the property within New Riverside Village, just south of May River Drive, close to being across the street from the Publix entrance onto May River Boulevard, but it's not directly across. Currently, the Park Commons Road is being is construction to have it come through onto May River Road, adjacent to this site. Construction's happening right now. That would be a full left turn and right turn out of the village. This is another location map. This application is for preliminary development plan located within the Riverside PUD and subject to the standards as set forth in the Riverside PUD. Project consists of a 4,958 square foot convenience store, 12 fueling stations, and a car wash. Staff comments on preliminary plan were reviewed at the March 16th Development Review Committee. Applicant provided a response to comments and updated the site development plans to address the comments provided. Again, like our last agenda item, this is within the Highway Corridor Overlay District, and a certificate of appropriateness will be submitted examining landscaping, lighting, and architecture prior to final development plan approval. This is a preliminary development plan, a little bit closer view of it. It's 12 pump stations. The routing for the truck would, let me see if I can get this to act right. Routing for the truck to come in, for the gas truck would be coming in off of May River Road. They provided circulation for that. They're proposing some off-site development within an pre-established easement here adjacent to this refuel station. I think it's going to be followed up pretty quickly with a dental medical office facility right here. This parking and some of these improvements have, if I understand it correctly, have already been reviewed and approved by the adjacent owner, and this layout that's not a part of this development is closely matches what the conceptual plan is for this site as well. They're proposing parking that includes adjacent parking along here, which is existing on both sides. I think the curbs are in, but not the parking itself. It'll be installed by the refuel developer. Circulation for the car wash would be right here. Although they show landscaping on this plan, final landscape plan is not necessary until final landscape or final development plan submittal. Same criteria, section 310.3A of the UDO in assessing an application for preliminary development plan. These are the 6 criteria. Planning Commission has the authority to approve the application as submitted by the applicant, approve the application with conditions, table the application, or deny the application as submitted by the applicant. The staff recommendation is town staff finds that with the conditions noted below, the requirements of the section 310.3A of the UDO will be met, and recommends that the Planning Commission approve the application with the following conditions met prior to final development plan approval. 1 is provide building foundation plantings directly against the building on the north and western sides. This is per DSO 90/3, section 518.8D2. They currently show landscaping. It's not directly adjacent to the building, and it needs to be. They show foundation landscaping around the building, just not adjacent to the walls. Provide a 10-foot landscape buffer on the eastern and southern property lines. Per DSO 90/3, section 518.8D1. And 3, adjust parking calculations to accommodate the on-street parking spaces adjacent to the site. And I'm here to answer any questions.
Is the applicant here to speak?
Thank you. Good evening. Ryan Robinson here for Refuel. Appreciate staff's assistance on working on this project. Extremely excited about this opportunity here to be part of the town of Bluffton. I'll just highlight really quickly, we're excited about the design of the store. We think it's a great fit for this area. Happy to comply with the conditions that staff recommended, and happy to answer any questions you all have tonight.
Okay, thanks.
There were 2 questions. I apologize, I had to step out for a minute. There were 2 questions at DRC. One was the runoff from the car wash, and one dealt with the parking spaces where the vacuums are. Have they been addressed?
The vacuum spaces have been addressed there, and I don't know how they address the car wash. The vacuum spaces are actually provided a wider width.
Yes.
And they are.
Not allowed anymore.
I think they are, but the street parking's not.
Here and here are 2 parking spots that are adjacent to the vacuums. They provided extra width in those places, and they're not counted, I believe they're not counted in the parking calculations.
Correct, they're not counted in the parking, well, they are counted in the parking calculations. However, when they meet the condition of updating the parking requirements to show the adjacent parking, they'll be able to meet parking requirements. Staff does not have any concerns about that.
And then the runoff of the car wash.
Yeah, so the car wash that we have is a touchless system. There is a drying unit that's in there that the car goes through before it exits the car wash. We had a conversation with Power Clean, who is the company that provides the car equipment that actually cleans the car. They say that there is very minimal to no runoff from that system, that all the water stays inside of the actual car wash building itself.
By my memory, and help me out, guys, by my memory, the conversation was about capturing the gray water that comes off the cars as they exit, and very little to minimal doesn't address.
And this also will be handled through the stormwater permit process.
Okay. Okay. You know, the closer we get to the main New River, the more we get concerned about that.
Right.
I have something graphically on your plans, the not in contract with the dashes through it. That access easement to the west, that is going to happen now versus later.
Correct.
Okay,
Yes.
because it's a little bit confusing that it makes it seem as though it's not happening at the moment.
Yeah, we were trying to demonstrate that the office next to us is not part of our development. However, that access is. So I understand that there is an access easement that's there. We've negotiated to have that constructed before we open.
I just want to make sure that that's clear.
The access easement is recorded, it exists.
Okay.
But with this development, they're proposing some off-site improvements that would be within that access easement.
Correct. Yeah, there's some landscaping on the top that's technically off-site. We worked with the developer to install that ourselves. There's a lot light that we've got an agreement for us to control. So there's an agreement between us and the neighbors next door. We have the same civil engineer, so the plans are very tight.
Okay. Kathleen, we haven't heard from you in a while.
I know. I'm back. One question I have to start with, are you clearing and grading on that parcel 7 outside of that access easement?
We are not.
Okay.
The adjacent property will.
So the only clearing and grading that is happening on parcel 7 is limited to specifically around that access easement?
Our scope of work does not include anything outside of just the access easement.
And you're doing the drive aisle within there, and how much of the parking?
We are just doing the drive aisle and then the parking on the south side.
I don't have a mouse on here. Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I'd say we're in negotiation right now to decide if that's something that we're going to provide, because from a construction standpoint, it makes sense for us to go ahead and do that because we're doing the landscaping there.
Okay.
So I'm trying to decide if we're going to do that or if we're going to have the adjacent property owner do it, but we are installing the access.
For final, can you make sure it's very clear which trees are actually coming out and where the limits of that grading is, and where that paving actually is going to be located?
Would be happy to.
Absolutely.
Another comment I have, I understand we're at Conceptual for our landscaping. The planting that's being proposed, there's only 2 types of shrubs, and you need a little less monoculture. Additionally, it's all deciduous plant materials, so I would recommend revisiting that with your designer.
Okay.
So it's particularly as you're around the foundation of the building, some evergreen foundation shrubs. And there should be trees in the islands. I'm a little concerned. I would actually, I don't know if it's a great concern. I would like to see, like, you've got the access for the trucks that are routing through. I'd also like to see the access for the dumpster truck. I see a possible solution for it, but I just like to make sure that it does actually confirm that it actually works.
Kathleen, since you know landscape better than we do, the conditions that, the recommendations from staff, do those make sense?
Oh, I agree with, yes, their concerns about foundation planting area and their buffer, expand, the amount of buffer that's needed.
Okay. Are there any other concerns that you have?
I'm sorry?
Anything else you have?
Give me just,
All right, well, I'll look to the left while you're looking.
Okay.
Okay. Anything over here?
Did we have any public comment on this or no?
No.
Okay, I have nothing.
one other question or comment I had, and I don't know if this is outside the purview, but there are several places where there are pedestrian crossings in and around this, and I saw in the narrative that you referred to this as kind of a community center. That's not your choice of words. I wrote it down. I don't have it memorized. But one of the things, if you're expecting that a lot of people are going to be coming in and walking around here, some pedestrian crosswalks as they go across these drives would be a great addition, if not necessary, and potential signage that goes along with that as well. And I know the lighting plan is required at final. I just wanted to reiterate, seeing what that lighting plan looks like, those the lighting that's on the surface, not just where those lights are located, but how much light's on there, so that we can confirm.
Photometric plan.
Yep.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
That was all for me.
Okay. Does anybody have anything further? No. Okay, well, if there's no public comment, does anyone want to make a motion?
I'd like to make a motion to approve the application with the conditions noted by staff.
Okay. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any further discussion? All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, thank you. Number 4, Buckwalter Recreation Center Master Plan Amendment. Dan's up again. I think I'm going to say your name a couple more times. And before you start, are there any public comments on this one that I need to be aware of?
Or yes, there are.
All right.
This is a master plan amendment for Buckwalter Recreation Center. There's an aerial location map. It is located, it's a large parcel that is west of Buckwalter Parkway, and it meets at the intersection of 46. So it's north of 46 and west of Buckwalter Parkway. There's the original Buckwalter PUD conceptual plan is shown here on the left, and a close-up, kind of a zoom in that shows that this area was identified as dedicated public park space back with this original approval of this conceptual master plan. The applicant, Eric Walznovic of Wooden Partners, on behalf of the town of Bluffton and Beaufort County, is requesting approval for an amendment to the master plan for Buckwalter Recreation Center, and it was formerly known as Buckwalter Community Park. That's what it's currently referred, adopted as, located in the Buckwalter Planned Unit Development. More specifically, the amendment includes a reduction from 3 soccer fields to 2 soccer fields at the northern end of the park, and I have additional slides that show this in detail. The removal of a planned sports pavilion, 2 new soccer fields, and a restroom building to replace the previously planned 3 new baseball fields, press box, concession, and restroom building, a new disc golf course, a new maintenance building, and a revised tennis center. This is the existing plan originally approved in 2001. It got amended in 2010, but the amendment was small. It included showing where a skate park is located on a property and identifying a location of a dog park. This is a proposed master plan. I'll go through each of the slides to show the change between the two. The existing master plan had 3 soccer fields identified on the top. There's what is being proposed is a reduction from 3 soccer fields to 2 soccer fields at the northern end of the park, and the removal of a planned sports pavilion. That planned sports pavilion's the lower left in that existing master plan. So one of the soccer fields being removed and parking is replacing it. The existing master plan on the left and the proposed on the right. This is the replacement of proposed 3 new baseball fields, press box, concession and restroom building shown on the left, with 2 new soccer fields and a restroom building as shown on the right. The new maintenance building is, if you could see number 9 on the graphic on the right, that's the location of the new maintenance building. And a new disc golf course and a revised tennis center. The tennis center, as current within the existing master plan, is accessed directly off of Buckwalter Parkway. With the proposed master plan, it would be accessed off of Barton's Run Road, I believe it is. There's additional courts also being proposed with it. The review criteria, there are a total of 8 of them. Pre-application meeting was on February 18th, 2022. They submitted on March 30th, 2022. It was reviewed by the Development Review Committee on May 4th. Planning Commission is tonight, July 27th, and the next step after the Planning Commission would be it going to Town Council for consideration of master plan amendment approval. So you are making a recommendation to Town Council. Your actions for consideration are a recommendation of approval of the application as submitted, recommendation of the application with conditions, or recommend denial of the application as submitted by the applicant. Staff recommendation is approval. Town staff finds that the requirements of section 393 of the UDO have been met and recommends that the Planning Commission provide a recommendation of approval to Town Council for the Buckwalter Recreation Center Master Plan Amendment. And we'll answer any questions if you have any.
Okay, so the applicant, if you'd like to speak, please.
Thank you, Madam Chair, fellow commissioners. My name is Eric Walsinovich. I'm with Wood Inn Partners. We're the land planners and landscape architects for the project and the design team leader. Also here tonight, Mark Sutton, who's our client representing Beaufort County, and the principal in charge, Kyle Theodore, is here as well. Just want to thank the staff, Dan and Jordan and everybody else who contributed, working hand in hand back and forth on comments, and I think we've addressed them all, and I'm here to answer any questions you may have.
Would you like to discuss anything before public comments? Before public comment. Okay. Carrie, can we start?
Oh,
Wait.
it did say on one of the slides that this is a public hearing. Is this a public hearing? The one where you said all the different meetings, it said Planning Commission public hearing. It's not, is it?
It's not. It says Planning Commission making a motion to come. I think I have that on each of the 3 MPAs that you're going to see tonight. And
Okay. So it's not.
No, this is, you're making a motion recommendation to Town Council without public hearing.
Okay.
Okay.
William Weaver?
Good evening, all. I'm here tonight for...
Please state your name and
My
address
name is
for the record.
William Weaver. My wife and I...
And your
live-
address for the record, please.
What?
Your name and address for the record.
Yes. My wife and I live at 573 Mill Street in the farm development. And I just have concerns about everything that's going on, especially down the ends where we are. And my concern would be that how much consideration has been taken for the people's houses that live closest to the parking lot and tennis courts, specifically the farm development on Mill Street and also Barton's Run. In that area, my house and Barton Run are the closest to these areas. If you were in my backyard, I could look out through the woods and I probably got about 95 feet, or converted the yards, about 35 yards before to see the Barton's Road. and eventually it would be the parking lot right across the road. And I know on his plans that he has here, it looks like there's quite a bit of forest in there between Barton's Run and the farm area, but there really isn't. There really isn't that much room. I could see cars going up and down Barton's Run from my backyard all the time. And I just think some of the things are going to be going on back there with the people of Barton's Run and Mill Street and the farm are going to lose a lot of their privacy, and they're going to be disturbed in privacy. I would think that between the parking lot and Barton's Run, if there was more of a buffer area between the parking lot and Barton's Run, a bigger area of buffer trees would be there. It'd be a help. As you see, there's nothing. There's nothing with Barton's Run by the parking lot that buffers the road and the other side of the road with the farm. It just seems like there's just not enough room there for privacy there. And like I said, on the plans it looks like there is, but if you really look at it, I've blown it up on my computer quite a bit, and there's really not much there. And I just don't understand all of what's going on. I think it's more of a buffer line between the parking lot and the tennis courts would be needed. And another question I had, is there planning on 16 tennis courts? Is Bluffton really need 16 tennis courts? Or is there a possibility that 16 tennis courts could be distributed somewhere around the township rather than having 16 all in one spot? Because there's going to be lights, there's going to be noise, and cars coming in and out. And
Thank you, sir.
Pardon?
Thank you. Your 3 minutes is up. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Right, Randy Waltman.
Thank you. I'm Randy Waltman, 30 Fox Chase Lane here in Bluffton. I'm president of Barton's Run POA. We're in favor of the tennis court. We think that parcel of land between Barton's Run Crossing and May River Road is a great spot for a tennis court, so we're okay with that. We do have a few concerns. Barton's Run Crossing is now maintained by Barton's Run POA, and we'd like to, that was an agreement that was made years ago between the developer and the county or city. We'd like that to be open to renegotiate that, as that currently is basically used for Barton's Run access, and with the tennis facility it'll be more of a public road. Drainage and flood control would be another issue. Big rains already give us a lot of problems with our drainage system, so we'll make sure that every effort is made not to add any more water to our development. And security would be our other concern. We do have, wooded areas around the property, and we have had some break-ins recently, so we want to make sure we get a privacy fence, or secure privacy fence between the tennis center and Barton's Run that would not allow people to kind of wander into our neighborhood and cause us any issues. So that would be definitely, we would want that as well. Those would be our biggest concerns. Of course, he mentioned the noise and hours of operation and lighting would be a concern for our residents that were adjoining the tennis center.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nancy Brensky.
Hi, my name is Nancy Brensky, and my address is 126 Planters Road Court. That street is adjacent to the 2 new tennis courts that are being proposed, as well as parking. I sent in a comment form earlier, and I believe it was forwarded out. There is actually an easement path that runs next to my home, and it runs out onto Planters Road Court. So I've spoken to many of my neighbors, and they are in agreement as well. We would like to make sure that for safety and security, that from the public access is ended, that no one can go down that path, maybe a fence put up by the soccer area, as well as for safety of those walking. That is wetlands, as we all know. We've got alligators, foxes, everything, snakes. We wouldn't want any child, of course, roaming down that path and getting lost or confused. The other aspect is we do have a storm water drainage, and a few years ago that did have a cover over it, so we did have a lot of traffic from kids and even adults and children and bikers. And during the pandemic, when you shut down the parks, guess what? Everyone came in my backyard. So we would like to make sure that that is stopped, if there's a fence or anything like that. So thank you.
Thank you. That's all? Okay. All right. Who wants to start? So Kim, I'll start. The section over there by Barton's Run, Dan, if you can kind of just map out like what we have on the screen right now. The original master plan, we're showing those tennis courts up to the property line already. Where would have Barton's Run Drive have been, or it just didn't exist back then?
I think it did not exist back then. It didn't.
Okay, that's what I'm asking, because, I mean, if you were to do the plan as is now, you couldn't have done the approved plan.
Not without building along the same alignment and entering it. Right.
Yeah, I'm just making sure
Staff
that.
sees it as a plus that that it would be accessed off of Barton's Run Road instead of directly off of Buckwalter.
I agree with that. I just wanted to make sure it was clear that the existing master plan as is now, the courts were pushed up towards the property lines versus away from the property lines. And the road is now the buffer kind of between those two pieces.
The road and some parking there as well.
Well, and along with that, the plan from 2001, before any of these houses were built, showed the stadium court being on the Barton's Run property line, whereas it's been moved now, so they're not there.
Mm-hmm. And are there any, because I know you have to kind of drive back in there, are there any houses adjacent to, like, in close proximity to the courts, like where the number 25 is, like, or is that just all?
We have, I don't know if I can.
There's a couple.
We measured off of Google Earth, closest house to Martin's Run is 275 feet from the nearest tennis court.
Right, that's a dimension right there that says 275, and that's from house to the closest tennis court.
And is there some other buffer that's going to be put
There's an
to
existing
help
buffer we're maintaining, plus there's a buffer
additional?
as well.
So there.
We have stormwater B&Bs, which would be landscaped.
Okay.
Would you be open to putting a fence along there?
The entire tennis center is enclosed in fencing. The parking lot is not currently planned to be fenced in.
Well, in conjunction with that, the 701-foot easement up by the two soccer fields that
I think Ms. Brinsky was talking about. Yeah.
What about putting a gate across? I know it's an old logging road, but it is a valid point.
Our client is fully aware of that. We've heard at the DRC meeting some concerns, and our client is totally in favor of discouraging access through there, whether it comes from the park to their property or their property to the park. So we would recommend a fence or something there to discourage that traffic.
Those two tennis or soccer fields are already fenced in, correct? As being proposed, you're proposing the fence on those.
Correct.
So it's already getting cut
They may or may
off.
not be fenced for the tennis, or being the soccer field proper, not so much addressing the easement just yet. So, but yes, there could be enclosure. Those are planned for artificial fields, artificial turf, and to keep obviously traffic from vehiculars from driving on the artificial turf.
So that access is already cut off by this proposed plan.
Yeah.
Correct.
So we shouldn't have to. What about the other comment about Barton's Road, Barton's Run, the road, the maintenance of the road? How is that addressed?
Right now, it's in a platted easement. It was in the covenants from the county or from the town, I believe, because it's town-owned property, conveyed as an access easement to Barton's Run. I'm not sure about maintenance of that, who's responsible. So
And do
that's
you-
something we can certainly look into.
Do you know
I
any?
don't know, but we'll have to research that.
Well, it's only fair,
Yeah.
you know. to
There is
not
a
throw it all on
maintenance
them.
agreement between the county and the town, which was part of the submittal of the application, but I'm not sure if that's covered.
Okay. I think that's kind of a big thing is who's taking care of that road because we need to share that.
Yeah, I do have one other observation. The disc golf course does not, from what I can tell, does not have any parking proper. It looks like you're using the tennis center's parking for that.
That's correct.
You need a
It's-
crosswalk.
We're providing a sidewalk access to the existing bike trail, which then the bike trail crosses Barton's Run, and then a trail back to the disc golf. But certainly, we can look into a crosswalk at that crossing.
Yeah, let's think that one through for a second, because if I go there, I've got a couple of teenagers and I drop them off in the parking lot and they walk across there, or I go across with them, I'm not gonna walk down to the trail over and
Right.
back up, so.
There's some storm drainage ditches, and there's very limited room between the edge of roadway at Barton's Crossing and the property line to the farm. But certainly we can explore that through further development plans.
Is there any way that you can provide any comfort level for the gentleman at the farm, and this is in his backyard?
The existing tree mass is there. Certainly will be required full cutoff light fixtures, which puts the light where you want it. There's not a lot of overspray. So we'll certainly look at that. Barton's Crossing is Barton's Crossing. It's not going to change. So we could maybe supplement some planting in the parking lot is going to help. We'll have required plantings in there, tree islands and so forth.
I would think if you could supplement and add a little bit more just to help maybe soften that.
And by the way, I
Between
will
Barton's
say,
Cross, I'm sorry, go ahead, Charlie.
I was just going to say, one of the things that I was actually impressed to see on this is there is no longer access to the park vehicular plan from, was it Old Bridge? But one of the entrances to the farm, that's completely gone, so
That's
there won't be
correct.
traffic going up there.
Right, only a sidewalk connection to the bike path. Just for improved pedestrian circulation.
Good? Okay. You guys,
Oh, yeah.
you have some? Okay.
Yeah. I was curious about getting a little more background on the program. We're eliminating that sports pavilion, which I don't exactly know what it was intended to be used for before, but I would love some clarification on how that's coming out. The pool is being removed. We only have one public pool in Bluffton anyway, and so now we're and it's an Old Town area, not out at Buckwalter, and now we're eliminating what is already a need to begin with, and in all of Bluffton, but particularly out there as well. Additionally, the loss of baseball fields being replaced with soccer. Yes, this is yeah, let's start with that.
Okay, so the two added soccer fields on the north end, it used to be 3. We needed parking, additional parking, so that eliminated a field, plus the land mass, the upland acres, if you will, is no longer the same as it was back at the original master plan, which ties into the reason why the baseball fields needed to be changed. And it's not only for, Beaufort County needs soccer fields just as much as they need baseball fields, but there's just not enough land mass left today to put baseball fields in there. So we're still meeting a Beaufort County need with the soccer fields because they don't require as much land.
Is Beaufort County looking at an alternate location to provide those baseball fields?
I'm sure they are. We're doing a recreation needs assessment with them now, so that's under study. Our program is dictated by the client, Beaufort County Parks and Rec, on what you're seeing here on the plan.
Well, I believe the baseball fields are Bluffton Youth Sports now, so it's separate from the county. So that impacted it some.
Say that one more time.
It's a separate organization now. Bluffton Youth Sports runs the baseball programs in the county,
Okay.
or in Bluffton.
And your reasoning for, I'm not clear on the why that's important. I'm not saying that it's not. I'm just saying there's something I'm missing in what you're trying to communicate.
It doesn't matter. This is a Beaufort County facility, Beaufort County run program.
Sure.
Bluffton Youth Sports is a different.
It's a different program.
Different entity. It's not part of Beaufort County Rec.
Okay. But that doesn't necessarily eliminate the need for those baseball fields.
But Bluffton Youth Sports would be building the new baseball fields.
Which is going to reduce the need for the county to be providing that, is what you're saying.
I don't see.
Well, I played softball. I grew up playing softball. I did not play soccer. So if it were me and I was still young, and I understand what you're saying, that's run by a separate organization, but even we have a very active intramural. We've had kickball and baseball, softball, and so I know there's a high demand. I don't know what it is exactly. This is why I'm asking why the program has changed. I understand the wetland redelineation, and that can eliminate the ability to put it there.
Right, it's still meeting a county need, it's just better land use, if you will, because of that. Wetland.
And the swimming pool?
I don't know anything about the swimming pool, it's not part of this project.
Well, it was on the previous master plan. It's being taken out with this. That's why I'm asking.
Kyle can speak to that before my time. I say anything, Kyle,
I forgot about that.
Kyle Theodore with Wood and Partners. I can attempt to answer that question, Kathleen. The plan that was done originally planned for a pool there. With the development that's gone on around it, the dedication to soccer fields and the upsurge and increase in number of soccer fields, this has become a focus. So this area is being focused on as a soccer facility, and there's not adequate space for the type and size of pool that the county is interested in developing. Previously, it was a small pool. If the county moves forward with a pool, they believe they're headed in the direction of a larger scale pool, which would not fit in that location where it was previously. Okay. So it's just a change in their program from when the plan was done originally.
Yeah. Are they doing, they intend to do, you mentioned this is a soccer complex essentially is how this is turning into.
They're trying to consolidate this as their premier, soccer facility serving the greater Bluffton area, as opposed to introducing other fields.
So this would be basically a soccer and tennis complex, the way I'm reading this now, versus a general recreation master plan as it was previously intended.
I think the soccer fields can be considered multi-purpose fields.
So it won't be completely programmed out. These be, in some cases, treated almost more like open space that you could.
No, I mean, they're going to be, the two fields that replaced the baseball are proposed to be artificial turf. Mm-hmm. So in terms of them being multi-purpose, I think they're going to be programmed for soccer, and they'll be used pretty heavily. So I don't think that there'll be a lot of opportunity for folks just to drop by and use it for pickup play.
Yeah, because that's one of the other things that the other master plan offered was these kind of open meadow areas, which I would have interpreted kind of for open recreational play, which this does not provide on this plan, which is, it's a loss to this site.
Right, and as Eric mentioned, the loss, unfortunately, has come because of the expanse and the expansion of the wetland areas. They've consumed what was previously high land, so there's less available land for park use.
Are they planning to do tournaments, soccer tournaments and tennis tournaments out here? That's the intent, okay.
So what about parking?
I'm sorry?
So what about parking? Does it park it adequately?
We have a table. And it's
Right there.
For our tennis courts, Beaufort County CDC recommend or requires 2 spaces per court.
So that's what
We follow for the tennis court, plus 1 space for 250 for the buildings.
You've got a total of 665 spaces.
Yeah, we calculated the required need was 614 or something like that.
And it's broken down into areas, sort of use areas, so that
Thank
they're
you.
not all focused in one location.
Kathleen, keep going.
The disc golf, which I'm excited to see on the plan, mostly because my husband plays disc golf, and so he has to go way out. So this would be a lot closer. So one question I have is, I saw the 60-foot fairway, which from my poor skills in disc golf, this seems really narrow. I'm curious where that designation, how you determine that width, 1. And 2, one of the things I notice is, it's essentially there's a group going this way, there's a group coming back this way, which means you're throwing discs at the other person that's coming the other direction. And I'm a little concerned about conflict.
We follow Disc Golf Association principles on the spacings of the fairways. The fairways themselves can be anywhere from 2 feet wide to 15 feet wide. So and obviously there's a lot of existing trees in the.
So the idea
is to do low impact development for that course. And then 60 foot was the recommended separation without anybody crossing the sidewalk, crossing the court or anything of that nature. So, and then we're respecting buffers as well along Buckwalter and.
One thing that I think is unclear in the plan, I know there's 9 places where there's actually holes where there's chains, but in a couple of places you've stated as an 18-hole, and it's really 9.
It's really 9.
With 2 tees on each of them, so
Yeah,
I'd like that.
Play it twice.
Yeah,
we could maybe adjust the distance.
yeah, because I know that there's usually shorter tees for people like myself, longer tees for better people.
I don't even know what disc golf is, so.
The other thing, and this is a bigger issue to me, it's that there was one on the previous plan, a lot better pedestrian connections illustrated through this process. I think there's some disconnectedness from pedestrian pathways, the way that I'm looking at the plan. Maybe it's not, maybe they are there, but it's not as well communicated as, and I'm not seeing the pedestrian connections throughout the whole site. The other, and that's why I dropped that point. Okay, the vehicular connection as well from that existing lot that's on the, yes, the north end. I just wanted to make sure I was correct on that. To that spine that comes in through that soccer. I understand that why you've cut that off, because you don't, for pedestrian safety. It would be my assertion that that is a really important pathway, and I think it could be vehicular pathway and access. It would be my assertion that that could be handled in a particular, in a design fashion that still, using paving that's got texture, using bollards, that it's something that could be cut off for when you've got more active play, but can be used the rest of the time when it's not a tournament, so to allow that connection. Because I think...
Are you saying where like the number 11 is?
You see where there's like a double row of trees between the 2 soccer fields that are labeled with 18, and then that group of 3 below? There's no driveway between, and there used to be a connection, and it went to the north of the soccer fields, and the reason it's no longer there is because of the wetlands.
Okay. I see what you're saying.
But there's the existing restroom building.
It's
at the.
And I understand there's a building, but I think it can be shifted to make that connection.
That's an existing building.
The existing
that's there.
building is there.
They've
That's
cut that
restrooms.
off.
We looked at that, and we reviewed with town staff. That was a comment and concern that they had, which led to additional parking to the south side of the new parking lot and added parking to the north. There is obviously a concern, especially in that area where we do see more open play happening in those fields, to have a roadway with kids running around. If we were to add a roadway, we would end up losing a soccer field to allow for that to happen. We looked at existing drainage, existing light poles that are to remain on those 3 fields, and it just became very counterproductive to the program. But certainly, we explored that with the town.
I think it's just, my concern is it creates more potential issues along Buckwalter, because you got to come in there and then go back out and go on the road just so you can go find another parking space if that area is full. Additionally, I'd love to see a connection over to the Old Bridge Road, because if you're coming out of the farm, you're going to have to make a left on Buckwalter just to come back into the Buckwalter Recreation. I'm hearing you. Wetland redelineation, major problem for this master plan, and it needed an overhaul. And maybe you did explore that, and maybe it's just completely cut off and you can't do it.
We did explore that, and actually we heard from the farm that they were against that connection.
They preferred that we delete that. And so we heard that.
For traffic, concerns on their roadway.
Okay. Not going to go fight their own community. Just wouldn't have been my choice. But I get concerned about the traffic impacts to Buckwalter by not having that. Because I see this is their park because it's so close. You know, and I know that Oscar Fraser in Bluffton Park is used a lot by Bluffton Park, and having those pedestrian and vehicular connections to what is essential. I mean, I know it's a community park, but it serves us so much. So to cut that off feels...
To your pedestrian connections, you know, we're blessed to have the bike path there now. I can see that being used even more often after this development to connect all those places. We added a driveway and sidewalk that leads from the 2 artificial turf soccer fields at the roundabout there, heading north towards the new parking lot and 2 soccer fields. So that's an added pedestrian connection there.
And there is pedestrian connection from that circle down towards Buckwalter?
There is.
Okay. And then is there pathway along Old Bridge Road?
There is the bike path crosses Old Bridge Road.
But it doesn't go into the farm. There's nothing that goes into the farm.
I don't think
There's an existing.
there is.
It's existing.
Yes.
The farm is sidewalked all the way through there.
All the way through there. Okay.
It's existing.
Which is another reason we'd rather see kids walking than driving them.
And did you eliminate the dog park also? And what was can you share what the thought process behind?
Change in program.
It was moved to Old Town Bluffton, to where it is now. The
It
people in the
doesn't
farm
matter to me.
opposed it, and so they moved it down to,
Bluffton Park.
I'm not sure that it eliminates the need. I think it's got kind of like a 5 to 10 minute radius of when the ideal, I think, radius. There is an ideal radius for access to a dog park.
They went to develop it, and the folks that live in the farm raised arms and torches and came after it and said, we do not want a dog park there. And that was 20 years ago, 15 years ago.
Some time ago.
Yeah, and the town heard them and said, and the county, and said, let's find a different place.
If I may, y'all, I'm sorry to interject, because I know there are a number of different comments about this. We still have 2 more items on the agenda, and as y'all recall, it's the planning commission's discretion whether to hear items after 9:30. We are approaching that, and both of our items that are remaining are, I understand, lengthy. So I just want to make sure that everybody is aware of the time constraints and that we still have a lot of people in the audience here.
Okay, can I entertain a motion then so we can?
I'd like to make a motion that we recommend to town council the approval of the change to the master plan for Buckwalter Recreational Center.
Second.
Any further discussion? Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay.
I do want to say, if you made comment on this item, please know it goes to council next, so it's not done.
Thank you.
Okay, number 5, Cypress Ridge Master Plan Amendment, a request by Michael Hughes of Thomas and Hutton for approval of a master plan amendment.
Where's Josh?
Bear with me for 1 second. This is the master plan amendment for Cypress Ridge. Aerial location, this pertains to parcels that are near the front entrance to Cypress Ridge. Requested change. The applicant, Michael Hughes of Thomas and Hutton, with authorization of property owner D.R. Horton, Inc., is requesting approval for an amendment to the master plan for Cypress Ridge located in the Jones Estate Planned Unit Development. More specifically, the amendment includes revising the street network to serve up to 29 single-family attached residential dwelling units, roads, service lanes, in what was previously designated as a commercial area of Mill Creek. This is the existing master plan, and I'll have a couple close-up slides that show this, but here's the overall existing master plan. This is the proposed master plan. This is the master plan amendment specifics. So top left is existing, bottom left is proposed. Pursuant to Section 2C of the Jones Estate Development Agreement dated June 21, 2000, the owner and developer shall have the right to convert commercial density to residential at a rate of 4 residential units per commercial acre. The arrows on the top left and top right are pointing to the commercial areas we're talking about a conversion. 7.25 acres of commercial space are to be converted for a total of 29 residential units. Any converted area that is not utilized for the 29 residential units can be dedicated as open space. Based on current land plans, approximately 5.2 acres of previously planned commercial area will be dedicated as open space. So I don't know if let me see if I can point this out a little bit. So we have 3 commercial areas here. This is the main entrance into Cypress Ridge. That's the roundabout. So at the top on the opposite side of the roundabout, there are 2 commercial areas, as well as when you come in, the large commercial area on the left. An additional commercial area is further south on Highway 170. So what's being proposed is that the 2 1-acre parcels on the opposite side of the roundabout be converted to open space. This area here be converted, a portion of it, to open space that you see in green, but also a road network, and what you see in tan would be the townhouse residential units up to 29. On the left, as further down Highway 170, there was a designated commercial area, and it's being proposed that be put into open space. That arrow should be pointing right in. These are the 8 review criteria. I've highlighted 4 of them here where I'll go into further detail. Section 393B, promotion of and consistency with land use goals, environmental objectives, and overall intent of the policies
within the comprehensive plan. The finding is that the applicant is not consistent with the comprehensive plan. The land use element within the comprehensive plan provides a vision that suggests a balance of land uses to ensure a high quality of life, business opportunity, environmentally protected areas, and proper placement of commercial uses. This amended master plan proposes a reduction in area originally identified and promoted as commercial village uses that will serve the needs of the community, stimulate economic growth, and contribute to the town's goal of being a sustainable community with a diversified tax base to support town facilities and services. Review criteria 2, section 393C, consistency with the intent of the PUD zoning district as prescribed in this ordinance. Finding is the request is not consistent with the Town of Bluffton zoning and development standards ordinance that applies to the Jones Estate concept plan. The Jones Estate concept plan was designed to be a mixed-use development, which includes residential and commercial uses. However, the Cypress Ridge master plan is not meeting the existing intent, as almost all of the commercial development has been removed from the master plan. Criteria 3, section 393D, as applicable, consistency with the provisions of the associated development agreement and/or PUD concept plan. The finding is the proposed master plan is not consistent with the provisions of the Jones Estate Development Agreement as amended and the Cypress Ridge PUD master plan as amended. While the conversion of commercial density to residential units is allowed under section 2C of the Jones Estate Development Agreement, this conversion of land use further limits the commercial opportunities available in an area of the Cypress Ridge PUD master plan characterized as the commercial village that represents the heart of the community. Yes, this is a bigger slide with more words on it. The review criteria 5 is section 393F, the ability to be served by adequate public services, including but not limited to water, sanitary sewer, roads, police, fire, and school services. For developments that have the potential for significant impact on infrastructure and services, the applicant shall be required to provide an analysis and mitigation of the impact on transportation, utilities, and community services. Finding is that the property may not be able to be served by adequate public services since previously provided analysis and mitigation measures on the impact on transportation, utilities, and community services within the Jones Estate Development Agreement and Concept Plan has not been updated to reflect conditions proposed with this master plan amendment. More specifically, the proposed master plan is in an existing PUD where much of the infrastructure, including roadways, sewer, solid waste, drainage, potable water, electricity, telephone, and cable have been contemplated during the creation of the PUD. However, an update to the most recently prepared and submitted transportation impact analysis was not included in the submittal. Town records indicate that the most recently submitted TIA for Cypress Ridge was prepared for the applicant and dated April 12, 2017. This TIA included 20 acres of commercial area equating to roughly 100,000 square feet of leasable space within Cypress Ridge to be classified as general shopping center for trip generation purposes. The TIA adjusted total trips generated by assuming that 13% internal capture of retail trips during PM peak hour. The currently proposed and previously approved conversions of commercial area to residential units contradict the trip generation internal capture assumptions included in that 2017 TIA, warranting an update to the TIA document. Pre-application meeting was in April of 2022. Application check-in meeting was April 19, 2022. Review by the Development Review Committee was on May 25th. The Planning Commission recommendation, coming to Planning Commission, is today, July 27th. And the next step would be Town Council consideration for Master Plan Amendment approval on a date to be determined. Planning Commission actions are recommend approval of the application as submitted by the applicant, recommend approval of the application with conditions, or recommend denial of the application as submitted by the applicant. The town staff recommendation is denial. Town staff finds that 4 of the 8 review criteria requirements of section 393 of the UDO have not been met and recommends that Planning Commission provide a recommendation of denial
to town council for the Cypress Ridge Master Plan Amendment. I'll open it up to questions.
Thanks. Let the applicant speak. Mr. Hughes?
Did you want me to?
Yes, if you don't mind.
Bear with me 1 second here. How do I get the screen to change on this?
Barry, do we have public comments on this one? Okay.
Good evening, Council, or Commission. My name is Mike Hughes with Thomas & Hutton, and I would like to respectfully petition against the recommendation for denial and also on the 4 counts. The initial one was the comprehensive plan for the town of Bluffton. What I pulled was from the 2007 comprehensive plan, which identifies the areas where the plan asserts where commercial density should be, where villages should be, and they're color-coded. I know it's a little hard to read, but you can see New Riverside Village and May River Crossing is located here. This is the Bluffton Parkway intersection with 170, and this is the lower end of Gibbet, which is considered a hamlet. And as you can see, where our entrance is located, it is not designated as a commercial destination or village. So, number one, we are in compliance with comprehensive plan for the town, and that's dated 2007, updated 2014. The next is the Jones Estate PUD. So saying that we're not consistent with the Jones Estate PUD, I would also disagree. So the color coding for this as well shows this as planned tract residential community. We had mixed planned tract community on the other side where Church Point is located, and we had a petition this evening for the pickleball in this area. And we've also got, again, May River Crossing that's located down at this region, and on the opposite side of the road, the 100,000 square feet of commercial that's located for New Riverside Village. So again, I would say I believe we are consistent with the PUD. The third one was mentioning that we're not consistent with the concept plan or the master plan. We're here to amend the master plan. So the reason we're here is to actually go through and say we think this is a more appropriate use for the Cypress Ridge master planned area. And we submitted down, let me see, I'll skip past that for a minute, all the way to the bottom. We did submit a specific plan for what we're looking to do. Let's see if I can zoom in here. And these are the 2 parcels, and these are the townhomes that we're proposing. It's a single street that's connecting through, connecting off of Oak Barrel. And then we're lane fed to try to keep driveway traffic off of Oak Barrel and also off of Mill Creek Boulevard. So these are 29 townhomes, front loaded. We did do a tree survey to make sure we were avoiding any trees. And the intent really is to limit traffic by taking much of the traffic that we are creating, routing it to the street that we're proposing, and routing it back to Mill Creek Boulevard. Now, the other thing that was mentioned was the traffic study. And this is a section of the traffic study that talks about commercial, and it also talks about the reduction for internal capture. So 110 trips were counted as internal capture that go against what would normally have been residents leaving to another commercial facility and then coming back home. In this instance, that gave a credit of 110 trip counts that would be removed. But the total retail trip counts proposed in the peak time for returning is 257 for the retail center, right? So if you're looking at that, and if you subtract out, you're actually looking at a total of 147 trip counts caused by the retail. If you use IT chip generation, which is approximately 7 trips per day for attached single family, you actually end up with a peak trip count of 10 caused by the townhomes. So you're looking at a net reduction of 137 trips at peak hour. So as it regards to traffic, we are actually tremendously reducing the traffic that would be generated from a commercial facility. I would say that I think 100,000 square feet is a little high. I would even say that this may only be at best 50,000 square feet. But still, even if you look at it from that standpoint, 137, you still cut that in half, and we're saving approximately 70 trips into this community. The other thing I'd just like to point out, and these are just the calculations of the trip generation for attached single family, where we show you've got 10 trips that are created at peak hour from a townhome facility. This property has been here. This is really the last phase. Deer Horton is about finished with Cypress Ridge. There are no more homes being built. There are no more phases. And these commercial parcels have been here for 15 years. These are the first things built. The roadway was built to serve these areas. Deer Horton, in fact, was supposed to have their office over here. They felt more comfortable building their office on the 2.3 acres that are located at Holston Landing. So really, we've had 3 commercial parcels that have essentially been left undeveloped. They've had a few people come in, but I don't think they were appropriate uses for this site. We still have one location here that will remain commercial. I believe it is under contract, and I think it's an appropriate use for that site. And I think that's what's important, is that it has been so long right now with May River Crossing having just getting off the ground. There's available space there. You've got New Riverside Village with 100,000 square feet that is currently being leased up. I think the best use of the site would be the townhomes. It would be entirely residential, other than the minor services of the office on the other end, and then this site here. So again, I feel like we've addressed all 4 items that were raised with regard to why we would be recommended for denial. Hoping clarified that if there's any other questions, I'm happy to answer it. But I do feel, again, if you look at the opportunities, leaving these as undeveloped, this adds to a 150-foot buffer that would essentially be on the front end instead of a 60-foot buffer, which is currently on 170 for commercial development. So I'll just leave it open for questions, but I really do think this is the best use for this property. I think it's the lowest impact. I think it's the least impact on traffic. And ultimately, the folks that are seen to be interested in this property are not ones that would be the most, I would say, ones that we would want to see come to this community.
Could you put your responses back on the rebuttals 1 through 4? And then
Dan?
if Dan, you can help clarify.
Yeah.
Well, yours.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah.
Just so that we understand, because you're saying one thing and they're saying another, if we can have a little bit of clarity.
I do want to quickly point out that the 2 black and white graphics that were shown were, one is the townhouse layout, one is the commercial layout, and those weren't submitted as part of the original submittal. Town staff hadn't reviewed them or anything, so he did provide today, prior to the meeting. It isn't something that just came up now, but
The townhome one was, and I think we worked with staff, because the original layouts took out some live oaks, and they required us to get a tree and topographic survey. But where it showed the commercial, that was pulled from the 2007 plan and put on for reference. So that was not presented to the council last year.
just saying that you shouldn't base your recommendation off of those 2.
I just wanted to make sure whoever's information, whose was the most accurate, because we were hearing 2 different things.
So do you want to bring up the points of where, this is from the comprehensive plan.
I can without rereading them. You keep your slide up and look.
Yeah, keep yours up so we can kind of look at what he's saying versus what you're.
Yep.
I think it's apples and oranges on the first one. The town staff is talking about how the Cypress Ridge, originally Mill Creek, was supposed to be multi-use. I remember Hank talking about it, Josh has, and so on. It was supposed to be commercial and residential together, whereas you're referring to the comp plan, which was identifying general areas. We're talking more specific in that, you're talking more general.
Well, and I would say that'd be the third comment. The first one was the comprehensive plan, which
Right.
this is the comprehensive plan. So check the box on this one because.
So there were 4 criteria that we felt either weren't consistent or wasn't sure. The fourth one is wasn't sure because it's based on a TIA that wasn't updated. But the first one had to do, the application is not consistent with the comprehensive plan, and our finding was that that the original intent of the comprehensive plan had an vision of a commercial village up front, and that over time this commercial village has been whittled away. So the land use element of the comprehensive plan provides a vision that suggests a balance of land uses to ensure high quality of life, business opportunity, environmental protected areas, and proper placement of commercial uses. And that's within our comprehensive plan land use element. The fact that we're losing neighborhood commercial goes against what is included in the land use recommendation for the.
So you're both.
Oh, and I would say we have commercial across the street, right? I mean, we just had a petition for that on Gibbet, there's commercial. And again, I mean, 100,000 square feet at New Riverside Village, plus the Publix and all the out parcels that are currently vacant. That the May River Crossing is 1 mile from there. So, and it's got a 10-foot multi-use trail that can actually lead you from that site to that facility within the Jones Estate PUD.
And Madam Chair, if I may, just because we have a number of members of the public here who may not be as familiar with comprehensive plans as y'all are, since y'all have been discussing them for weeks and weeks and weeks as we're going through the review of our comprehensive plan. Obviously, that is a lengthy document that focuses on a number of key elements required by state statute. And what has been presented by the applicant is an aspect of that, the growth framework map, which is, again, it is a part of it. So just to make sure that the public who are sitting here patiently and everybody who may be watching is aware of the differences.
Additionally, I mean, and to that point, this is identifying hamlets and villages. And just because it's not identified as an area as a hamlet or village does not mean that it would not have commercial. The future land use map for the comprehensive plan for town of Bluffton does identify this as commercial, as does the 2040 comp plan for Beaufort County. So it's still intended to be commercial, serving commercial needs as far as the comp plan is concerned for our town comp plan and the county comp plan.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to the next.
Yeah, the second criteria is ask of the. I'm sorry.
No, I was just saying the Jones Estate one.
Yes, the consistency with the intent of the PUD district as prescribed in this ordinance. And our finding was it's not consistent with the town of Bluffton zoning development standards ordinance that applies to the Jones Estate concept plan. And the Jones Estate concept plan was designed to be a mixed-use development, which includes residential and commercial uses. However, the Cypress Ridge master plan is not meeting the existing intent, as almost all of the commercial development has been removed from the master plan.
So then that brings us to this map. What is this from?
This is basically the use map for the PUD. You can see, it's correct, the Jones Estate was intended to have mixed-use community, but it's located specifically within the district contract. So we're identified as being planning tract residential community. Not that there's anything wrong with having commercial within that, but I would not say that it's a violation of the PUD, or the map associated with the PUD.
Well, just that the intent, the original Cypress, and talking about the master plan, when the Cypress Ridge master plan came in, the intent was that there be a neighborhood commercial up front, that you have a whole bunch of residences that bought into the thought of neighborhood commercial being at their front door. All of those folks that live there now have watched this little way and turn into residential as opposed to commercial. That doesn't mean that all of them wanted commercial up front, but they definitely bought into it if they were aware of what was proposed within the original plan.
Okay.
And that's what I was talking to a minute ago, was the history of that actual master plan.
And again, that's why we're here to amend the master plan. Yes. I don't think it's consistent anymore with what's there. You know, it references a place to pick up a paper and drink a cup of coffee. I mean, who's picking up papers anymore? So, again, we're a long ways from 2004. A lot has changed. So, coffee, I agree with you. But, I mean, we're not going to see corner perks, right? This is not the promenade. And it's never going to be the promenade. There's Starbucks across the way.
Nowhere's going to be the promenade. Nowhere's going to be the promenade.
The promenade's amazing. I love the downtown area, and I don't think it would be without the promenade.
I didn't say it was.
Aren't you there?
Yeah,
Yeah. So, again, I think contextually,
there's nothing wrong with
the intent in the design was to be similar to the promenade. But I think as time has moved on, I think we are really more of a suburban location. And I do think the location for New Riverside Village, which is going to be amazing, that will be walkable, that will be streetscape, on-street parking. We saw the refuel application, which will be across from a bunch of on-street kind of urbanist kind of development. But that's not what this is. I mean, if you really look at it, they talk about the Savannah Square. That was the model park, right? I mean, it was never fully, I think it was a great idea. I just don't think it ever came to fruition. And we've just seen that from the market, that the people that want this commercial are not, I think, appropriate for what we would like to see in this community.
Okay. And what was the fourth point?
But the third point was and we've kind of addressed it, at least along the edges, was the proposed master plan is not consistent with provisions of the Jones Estate Development Agreement as amended and the Cypress Ridge Master Plan as amended. Our same argument was that this has been portrayed as a commercial village that represents the heart of the community, and that losing the commercial in it is not consistent with the original master plan. And obviously the applicant is saying that's why we're here to amend the master plan, saying that the applicable uses have evolved over time.
Well, the other thing I'll say is that, and that's the text language, the other thing is we are adding streets, right? So residential is allowed within the commercial area. It's an allowed use. One of the criteria that puts you back to a major amendment to a master plan is if you add a network, change in the street network. We are adding a street, and therefore that's why we're here. So technically, we can put residential within the commercial area. It's more the framework of what we're trying to do, and I do think we're trying to do it the right way. So
You're saying you could build that residential tomorrow if you weren't changing a street?
front loaded.
Front loaded, not with the service lanes.
But we don't want to have driveways cut across all the way in front of those commercial areas where it's at now, or down Hook Barrel.
Can you go back to the original master plan map just so that you can kind of point that out, like where it could be and what you're saying the connection would be?
For context, the townhomes that are being done are the same product that they've just done in the Phase 19, which is facing the lagoons on the other side of Mill Creek Boulevard.
What, you want to see the close-up there?
I just wanted to kind of go with what Mike was saying, how like what could be residential without that road and how the connection would be front loading.
So we have to be mindful of a 150-foot setback that's required along the frontage for residential, but that takes you to about right here on Oak Barrel. So if we were front load similar to the product, and it would match the product that's going on over here, it's already there, you could run those townhomes front loaded along Oak Barrel Drive. And then you could also have them face that location, within Argo Circle. But we really feel contextually it makes more sense to go with the product that was done over here, where it's lane fed. And even from traffic circulation, you'll have one street that will funnel most of the people in and out, and they won't even have to go on Oak Barrel.
So that's why I just want to clarify for everybody to understand that if we didn't change it right now, you could still go in there today, put a product in there that's residential. If we that the amendment, is that what it's called? Yeah,
Yes.
the amendment, then the reason why we'd have to do that is so that the product could be accessed differently when you modified that.
Putting a street, which changes the traffic patterns.
So if it wasn't for the street, we wouldn't be here.
Now, I would probably still have to come back for.
Staff agrees with that statement.
Yes. Underneath the red that's shown as commercial, you could have the residential product he's referring to.
Okay.
You just couldn't have the townhomes with alleyways. And
Right.
that triggered the master plan amendment, is showing a new road network on the master plan.
Okay. Are there any questions, or should we go ahead and get to public comment since we need to kind of get through this? Okay.
Michael Dolan.
Again, thank you. With the understanding that.
State your name again.
Oh, I'm
please, for
sorry.
the
Michael
record.
Dolan, 214 Argo Circle. So we bought the old sales center, D.R. Horton's sales center right on Argo Circle. With the understanding that D.R. Horton is a for-profit company, I really, really urge the commission to limit the impact. Cypress Ridge, Mill Creek is already overbuilt. We don't have enough amenities for the number of people that are there. And I'm very concerned that D.R. Horton is going to build out. Okay? They're already pretty much done putting in houses, and then they're gone. They're going to leave us with everything. And so my concern is that with all this building, that we're going to get stuck with it. It's a D.R. Horton controlled HOA that is not responsive to the residents, and we're pretty frustrated with that. So the commercial aspect, I don't love. I don't love the residential aspect. I don't love having townhomes, homes facing where we live, but that's the nature of the master plan, I guess. But I would just ask that you really consider the impact of the overbuild and whatever D.R. Horton can do to minimize or to maximize what it can be done with the amenities. I would just ask that to be considered. Thank you.
Christopher.
Hobart?
There you go.
Please state your name and address for the record.
Christopher Opart, 587 Holston Landing Road. I was glad to hear the town recommendations. We as a community and building on the HOA, we got an email yesterday at 11 o'clock with completely wrong plot numbers and tax ID numbers, along with a map that made a second grader proud, maybe. So we had actually no idea what was going on until this morning when I got into your packet to see, how many slides? 15 slides to understand what was going on. So having said that, this is lazy. This is flat out lazy by D.R. Horton. They say they can't get commercial. I know Pulte, right up the road on 170, decided that they wanted to do workforce housing. There was a whole big meeting, and they're able to do a mixed use with workforce housing. This is an opportunity to bring workforce housing or teachers, nurses, and other things, along with some small commercial ice cream shop, restaurant, whatever you want to put in there, if they actually had a vision other than just making profit off of townhomes. And it's sad because that's what Cypress Ridge needs. Building off of that, you know, I am not taking my kids across 170 to go to commercial lots across. Strip malls are also the wrong answer. Nobody's going to strip malls anymore, to be quite frank, unless they're surrounded by a grocery store. We drive quality of life. You know, the closest actual restaurant's Buckwalter, and all that development up in there. We have one pizza place that delivers to us, which is Papa John's, and it takes an hour and a half. So adding all of that together, I find it extremely hard to believe that no business is willing to go into that corner and doing something more creative. And as we move forward with 124% growth in Bluffton over the last 10 years, and the green space tax possibly coming in from the county and other things, The developers are going to have to get more creative on how to maximize the people and commercial in spaces that, A, look good, just like downtown Bluffton is becoming, or the hamlet of Bluffton, however you want to call it, and yet still meeting the community needs and leaving green space. Thank you.
Right. Sally Henderson.
You all, I hope we're getting double paid for this amount of time, but first I want to thank, is it Dan? Are you Dan? Frazier. I also received from the D.R. Horton appointed.
Could you please state your name and
I'm
address for the
sorry,
record?
my name is Sally Henderson. I live on 211 Wooden Wheel.
Okay, and
which is
speak
the
into the
road-
microphone when you're speaking.
Sorry?
When you're speaking, speak into the microphone and not to the audience.
It's
Okay.
recorded, so people that watch it later can't hear
Okay,
you if you're not.
thank you. And I had a very hard time hearing Mike, so on the recording, maybe I'll be able to hear him at that point. I live on Wooden Wheel, which is directly the road that is going to be extended into the new proposed townhomes. So, of course, my main concern is the traffic impact on Wooden Wheel. Just a couple of questions, since I'm limited to 3 minutes. One is, if I review the amount of commercial, 7.25, deduct the amount of 5.2 that's proposed as a open space, that leaves 2.05 acres times the 4 units allowed per acre would be closer to 8 units, not the 29 proposed. I don't know if that's, if you all have driven through the other side of the entryway where the condos are currently being completed, but the density there is horrific. That same density, it appears, is being proposed for this commercial site. I would just ask that the density, if I don't have a problem specifically with commercial being switched with residential, but that density is extremely high. The only wooden space we have left is that buffer. So when you take away that space and cram more units, I'd just be curious to know what then the total units are for the subdivision, and is that allowed within the original plan? How many acres will remain as commercial if the amendment is approved? So no commercial, okay. Okay. Okay, and then at a minimum, if you all decide to approve this request, I would ask that the design be consistent with what's on the current side on Wooden Wheel, on Corn Mill. It's a very, it's a little bit kinder, gentler townhouse look versus if you look at the current condos being constructed. I don't know what the setback is, and I wish I would have measured it, but it's extremely close.
That was your 3 minutes. Thank you.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, it goes by fast.
Thank you.
Valerie Bridges.
Hi, my name is Valerie Bridges. I'm at 262 Wooden Wheel Lane. I am personally in favor of getting rid of all of the commercial space. I don't think we want the debacle that happened to Sawgrass Station to happen in our neighborhood, where they now have, rent by the week hotels and God knows what. I think with the amount of commercial space that is left, there isn't really room to do anything meaningful there for the commercial space. I am thrilled to see that they are adding in more green space. I am a member of the unofficial board of HOA there, and that has been a concern of ours of what's going to happen to those 2 commercial pods, when they leave. And hopefully this is the last discussion we're going to have of any other housing in Cypress Ridge. I think we're all in agreement on that, maybe even D.R. Horton. So I'm thrilled to know about that green space on Argo Circle. Again, like Sally, I'm on Wooden Wheel Lane. That is the road that would be extended. My concern is opening up that road onto the main traffic exit road. There's loads of traffic going. I mean, that's the major, other than Holston Landing, everyone's going around that circle, and now we're going to have to make sure that nothing's turning back out. I would suggest that the new town homes would have to come back out onto Oak Barrel and go around like everybody else does, because I'll tell you, people are now going to start going down my Wooden Wheel Lane so that they can go straight through those townhomes. My last concern is about parking. We have very little overflow parking in our neighborhood. Our street is currently using what would now be the entrance to those townhomes as overflow parking. So I think that in addition to looking at will 29 townhomes fit, which again, I'd love to have less as well, we need to understand the parking situation. The way those townhomes are built, everybody gets one parking spot, one car garage, and they're all 3 to 4 bedroom apartment places. So if you're renting out, potentially you're going to have 4 cars for a 4-bedroom house. And where does all that overflow parking go? So I think the additional parking is definitely a concern. And hopefully that's it. I made my 3 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any others?
Andrew Keel?
Hi, my name is Andrew Keel, live at 22 Trail Ridge Retreat. I don't live in Cypress Ridge, but this is an interesting conversation because what Ms. Councilwoman pointed out, that they said they could go ahead and build residential tomorrow if they wanted to. That's I don't know if that's the case or not because I haven't looked at it, but that's a problem that I've talked about numerous times. These master plans that were passed in 2004, 2005 are around, and you can't get rid of them. I mean, the master plan in Midpoint, it's been mentioned multiple times that they could just build the old plan. These whatever mechanism, and I think I pointed out a couple times, I think there's a way to get rid or amend these master plans. Mainly, all the statutes mention health, safety, and welfare of the citizens in the town of Bluffton. Everybody in the subdivisions are members of the citizens of the town of Bluffton. The houses that are being proposed built aren't citizens. Nobody's living there. So please take into account the people that are affected by these townhomes or these proposed residences, and not take into account the D.R. Hortons and the Pulte's of the world that are corporate citizens that I don't believe are based in Bluffton. Anyhow, my other last suggestion, since I want to go home, is before they leave, make sure they do assessments, or the HOA does assessments of the manholes and sewer system, or the waste or the water drainage, because it's going to be all full of silt and they're all settling. So you're going to get stuck with the bill if you don't try to pass it off on them. Thank you.
Thank you. That's it? Okay. I'll open it up to you guys. Go first. Kathleen?
I go back to, this was identified as commercial in the future land use, and I do understand that that does allow, I'm hearing what you're saying, that it allows for residential use also, which frankly, if it's more of a unit, like the neighbors are saying they would prefer, I'm having a hard time justifying building the townhomes that they're not liking. Additionally, I agree with, I'm sorry, it was on that last page, the last woman who spoke, that her concern about the extension of Wagon Wheel going to that main entrance, particularly as it pertains to coming off of that circle and coming into that entrance. I think that creates a point of pedestrian vehicular conflict. I think it creates a lot of traffic right at the very entrance, and I'm just simply not a fan of that. I don't like the alleyway that almost nearly connects up to the road but doesn't. So I have a lot of issues. You know, if the whole goal is to reconfigure the road and how that's set up, I just don't like this road configuration. So if that's the intent, I'll concede if the master, and I haven't had a chance to get the master plan pulled up and all the documents associated with Cypress Ridge, so I just don't have enough information to know that that is indeed the case, that it could all be residential. So I'm taking your word for it, and I trust Dan. So if that is the case, I still have an issue with it just because of the configuration is just, to me, it has safety concerns.
Okay. Jason?
All I need to know is our professional staff is stating that it is inconsistent with the comprehensive plan. To me, I agree with the one speaker. It's lazy planning. I think it's in D.R. Horton's interest to, the low-hanging fruit is townhouses, build them, pull out. It's not in the interest of the residents of the town of Bluffton or Cypress Ridge. That's all I have to say. It's against the comprehensive plan, and I'm not in favor of this application.
Lydia? You want to come back?
Yeah.
I go back and forth on this one.
I do too.
And what it's coming down to for me is I've made a pledge to myself to do as much as I can to keep us from adding additional residential in this town over what's already approved. And we're trying to claw back as much as we can from what was approved 2 decades ago. And I understand that in the language here, there's a conversion factor, but I can't wrap my head around approving more residential, which will add more to the schools, it'll add more to all that, in conjunction with the fact that staff has recommended denial. And that's kind of where I'm sitting. I don't have any questions. I mean, it's fairly straightforward. I'll ask you all a question I've asked you before. Are you willing to give up and donate to open space the 2 commercial areas down on 170 and 46 as part of this application?
So I'll say real quickly, and I'll get close to the microphone. I'm sorry. So those, KHAV has already given up they've done a conversion on their commercial to residential. So they had 515, they converted to 559. So there's no more on this side of 46, or sorry, on this side of 170, any more commercial beyond the 1.25 acres that is currently under contract for an appropriate use.
So those two red parcels showing on the southern end?
Yeah, they are entitled for commercial, but there are no commercial entitled, like they are zoned for commercial, but there is no commercial entitlements on that side in the Shubrick portion of Jones Estate PUD.
Okay.
And I think what you're referencing is our existing office.
No, I was going
all the way down. Yeah, so if you're
I was going down to the circle. He knows because I've asked it before.
And you asked that, make sure that D.R. Horton didn't convert or donate their commercial to KHAV, to which I said they had no interest. So, yeah, so they don't control that land, but there are no entitlements beyond this on this side of the property for commercial anymore.
And I'll say, I'm going back and forth as well, just to Kathleen's point, just the layout of the roads, and then that, like some of the other people's concerns with the road connecting into the major Cypress Ridge Boulevard, or whatever it's called.
It would not be full movement, by the way. It's only
One to right turn?
only turn, exit out.
Okay.
You go around the circle
To get in.
to get in.
Yeah.
You cannot turn left from that drive.
Yeah, and still with the other small sliver that Kathleen, I think, was mentioning, that kind of alley to nowhere or something, I don't know, that triangle piece, I don't know where that goes.
Sure, and again, the intention is to buffer that, right?
Yeah.
But we're trying to keep as small a footprint as possible. The smaller the footprint, the bigger the open space.
Yeah, someone had said something about the density and the unit conversion. Can you explain that?
So we have right now 8.5 acres of commercial. 1.25 is being kept for specific use that should be coming, and the other is leaving the 17.25 acres. So once you convert that, you get 29 units. The 29 units we can fit on the net aggregate of about 2 and change acres, which leaves 5 acres that will then be assigned to open space. You don't need all 7 acres
Right.
in order to do residential.
So just plain devil's advocate, if we were to keep the plan as is and we could do the residential and put the same type of front load product, would you get the same amount of units?
Yes. Less open space, but same amount of units.
Less open space, same amount of
You
units.
have to utilize the 2 commercial, the 1 acre commercial parcels that are located on Argo Circle.
Because I mean, the other issue is the parking issue, of course, because.
So we've identified 10 spaces. So with the addition of the street, we would put on-street parking at the street we're adding. And there are also there are bump outs that are located where the commercial driveways were supposed to be. And those were going to also be converted to parking.
Can you kind of point to that?
Oh, sure.
I know this map's a little small.
So on these parcels, we've already done the driveway turnouts that are located there. And so those will be converted to parking spaces. And there's also parking in front of these 2 spaces that were also there to be designated for commercial. And so now those would also be utilized for the residential overflow parking.
Can I ask a question? If you were to do the residential that you're approved to do presently, does that mean that you really wouldn't be able to do any commercial in those areas because you don't have access to the rest of the parcel, or is there another way to get access to that for commercial?
We would have converted all of our commercial rights to residential rights.
All of them?
So,
Okay.
yeah, all 29 would be converted, and it would be front-loaded townhome products similar to what's on
So how come they wouldn't just do that versus,
a bunch of driveway cuts.
that's what I'm trying to understand the difference.
Yeah, I don't think it's a good thing to do. It's less ideal than trying to keep a clean sidewalk without the driveway cuts along. I mean, the connection road, Oak Barrel really is kind of a connector between there's the parking, or there's the mail kiosk that's located on the one side, and then it takes you to the main access point. I'd rather see less interruptions with parking and driveways going along that section. And I think you'd be a little bit wonky on the commercial parcels that are the 1 acre commercial parcels. They just weren't originally framed up for that, so it's just a little awkward.
See,
I'm kind of with both of you. I like open space.
I know, I appreciate the open space, and I guess I was concerned because I frequent the area, of traffic, but you're saying with the commercial, or the residential versus the commercial, that it's less?
Significantly less, yeah.
Are all of those calculations the same as they were when you did the original
So
plan?
that's why I'll say I don't think you can fit 100,000 square feet here.
Okay.
So the number was, I think, twice what it would be, but there'd still be a reduction of 70 trips at peak hour. I think it framed it up as 140, but you couldn't fit 100. I mean, New Riverside Village is 100,000 square feet of commercial. This is not that big. So you'd have to do multi-story with parking structure to try to get that kind of density. That's just not realistic. So it's significantly less traffic, but not 100,000 square foot retail traffic reduction. Now, those other uses in commercial that are higher traffic rates, then yeah, it'd be significantly more even. That's just shopping center assumptions.
So for these townhome products, it will have is it a 2-car garage space? Or is it a 1-car garage space?
2-car driveway, right? So 2-car wide
3?
driveway and 1-car garage.
The park's 3. And it's how many bedrooms?
Excuse me?
How many bedrooms is it?
Oh, I don't.
This is 4-bedroom and a 3-bedroom.
So we'd have,
It's 4-bedroom and 3-bedroom.
It would come back before us, wouldn't it?
I know, we got to hurry up. I know.
Well, yeah, I was going to just bring up from this, what Commissioner Wetmore just said that any application, any development that's going to be done in this is a
Changing, yeah.
amendment to a master plan that has to go before town council, and then preliminary development plan will come back before y'all. So the product that's being proposed may change.
Product may change.
So that the housing types, I mean, they'll have the flexibility, I would think, to change or.
We're basically approving the street. We're not approving necessarily, the concept is townhomes there now, but they'll come back before us with whatever they actually build for.
So that makes sense. Okay, so
And
we're
even
just
if it's
approving the
not-
street.
Technically, we could have left it as red, but, I mean, that wouldn't have made sense either, right? Because we're designating this will be residential. So we're strictly eliminating the commercial. We're adding the street. If we were then to remove that street at some point, we would have to come back because that's what's being, it's the use and it's the street network that's
And
being approved as part of the master plan.
Just to make sure I understand, if you were, let's say we recommend this for denial, town council denies it, and you decide to build 29 homes in that current area that's designated commercial, that still comes back before us
It certainly
for review, right?
Not all things in PUDs come back, but it certainly can.
Is it required to?
Well, that's a question I will refer to staff. My understanding is yes. I would think that because it would require a development plan, preliminary development plan would come before the planning commission generally.
It's designated commercial now. It's designated commercial now. If you transfer it to residential, I'm sure we'll have to say something.
With an allowed use of residential within that zone of commercial.
But we'd still see.
Things. You're saying that you wouldn't need to submit a preliminary development plan?
You could recommend that we go, but we don't have to go for a master plan. If we're within the confines of the approved master plan, which we would be at that point, then it doesn't have to go.
And we weren't talking about a master plan amendment, but a development plan. So a preliminary development plan, even if it falls within the confines of, even if you don't need a master plan amendment to be able to build those structures, you would need to have that preliminary development plan.
The master plan in Cypress Ridge, where we have established street networks, have gone to planning commission.
It just goes to DRC.
So it doesn't go to planning commission, it just goes to DRC?
It comes,
Absolutely, absolutely.
it's just not planning commission itself. But a couple of them on DRC, so therefore we would see it. So tough. Anything to add to the discussion, Dale? No. I can't do it, y'all.
You can do it, but I'm sorry, but let me throw it out there and let's see how we feel. I recommend, upon recommendation of staff, that we forward a recommendation of denial to town council.
Second.
Any further discussion? All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Sorry. Thank you for coming.
Now we need to vote to continue the meeting.
Do we have to make a motion to continue the meeting since it's after 9:30?
We do.
Okay. May I have a motion to continue the meeting?
So moved.
Second?
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye.
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 Any opposed? Opposed if you need to.
I don't think we would
Thank
have
you.
managed our cars. Continued it.
Sorry. Okay, so the last one on the agenda, sorry that it took so long, everyone, and thanks for your patience. Midpoint at New Riverside Master Plan Amendment. A request of Pulte Home Company LLC on behalf of Walcom Land Group for approval of a master plan amendment. Dan, why don't you finish us out tonight?
All right.
I swear, one of these nights I'm going to order Domino's for us. Get it delivered here. Okay, maybe local pie.
Thank you for the water and the mint.
Yes.
That's what I need to do. I need to eat.
Okay, this is the master plan amendment for Midpoint at New Riverside. Here's the location. It's on the west side of New Riverside, directly across the street from the existing May River High School. Here's the vicinity map that was submitted by the applicant. The requested change, the applicant, Peterson Farmer of Pulte Home Company LLC, with authorization of the property owner, Walcam Land Group LLC, is requesting approval for an amendment to the master plan for Midpoint at New Riverside and the New Riverside Planned Unit Development. More specifically, the amendment includes a revised layout for the remaining undeveloped area of Midpoint at New Riverside Master Plan. The project will consist of 498 total residential dwelling units, with 98 of the units having already been constructed as part of Phase 1A, and 400 being proposed single-family detached residential units. The applicant also proposes several amenities that include lagoons, recreation areas and parks, nature trails, and an extensive sidewalk network. This is the existing master plan, turned it 90 degrees so that so we can compare it with the proposed master plan as submitted. Just talk real quick on this is, if I can get this to work. This is Phase 1A. It is already built. This is the entrance. This entrance is directly across the street from the main entrance to the high school. The high school has a secondary entrance further down. What's being proposed is a layout that is a continuation of Midpoint Boulevard. It would be gated at this point, and then this layout here is a different layout and a different product than under the current master plan. These are all single-family detached. This is the proposed phasing plans for the development. The review criteria, again, I've highlighted 3 that staff has concerns about that I will further elaborate on. Criteria item number 4, section 393E, compatibility of proposed land uses, densities, traffic circulation, and design with adjacent land uses and environmental features, as well as the character of the surrounding area. Staff finding is the applicant may not be compatible with the surrounding area with respect to traffic circulation. While the application is not requesting a change in land use and proposes an overall decrease in the allowed residential density, the traffic memo submitted references the New Riverside Parcel 6A traffic impact study that was approved in late 2005. The trip generation and findings included in this original traffic study do not account for current conditions, most notably May River High School immediately across New Riverside Road from the entrance. The applicant has stated that an updated traffic impact analysis based on current conditions is scheduled to be completed once school is back in session. Review criteria 5 is section 393F, ability to be served by adequate public services, including but not limited to water, sanitary sewer, roads, police, fire, and school services. For developments that have the potential for significant impact on infrastructure and services, the applicant shall be required to provide an analysis and mitigation of the impact on transportation, utilities, and community services. Finding is the property may not be able to be served by adequate public services since the proposed amendment's impact on transportation infrastructure have not been analyzed based on current conditions. Subject to the findings of the pending updated traffic impact analysis, mitigation of transportation infrastructure may be warranted. Criteria number 7, section 393H, ability of the site to sufficiently accommodate the densities and land use intensities of the proposed development. The property may sufficiently accommodate the densities and land use intensities of the proposed development. The property may sufficiently accommodate the densities and land use intensities of the proposed development subject to the findings and recommendations of said traffic impact analysis and providing a paved full access second point of access onto New Riverside Road. The review process, the pre-application meeting took place on April 21, 2022. Application was submitted on May 25th, 2022. It was reviewed by the Development Review Committee on June 29th, 2022. We're here tonight for Planning Commission recommendation. This is July 27th, 2022, and it will be, the recommendation from Planning Commission will be forwarded to Town Council for consideration of approval at a date to be determined. Planning Commission actions for consideration are recommend approval of the application as submitted by the applicant, recommend approval of the application with conditions, or recommend denial of the application as submitted by the applicant. Town staff recommendation, approval with conditions. The town staff finds that the requirements of section 393 of the UDO can be met with the following conditions and recommends the Planning Commission provide a recommendation of conditional approval to Town Council for the midpoint at New Riverside Master Plan Amendment. 1, provide consistency with Phase 1A, extend the existing 70-foot midpoint boulevard right-of-way cross-section as shown on the preliminary midpoint street plan. I have that as that was included in your packet that where we're talking about extending it to. Also have a slide if we need to look at it. Number 2 is to provide consistency with Phase 1A, provide a 60-foot right-of-way on the remaining road network. Both of these are in reference to Phase 1A. The midpoint entrance has a 70-foot right-of-way, and all of the other roads are 60-foot right-of-way. The applicant's proposing 50-foot right-of-way throughout, except for a very short section once you get inside of the gate, proposed gate. Number 3, provide an updated traffic impact analysis based on current conditions. Recommended mitigation measures shall be included on development plans prior to final development plan approval. And staff recommended condition 4 is provide a paved full access second point of access onto New Riverside Road. And we are at questions.
Okay, so we want to talk to the applicant.
Thank you all for staying late and seeing us this evening. We do appreciate that very much. I'm Rob Merrick, and I'm with Pulte Group. And once again, we just want to kind of highlight a few of the things that were brought up as far as the conditions. One, we want to start with as far as the traffic impact study. Yes, we've agreed to go ahead and do the impact analysis. That will be completed, and that's going to be headed up. And then once again, once we receive those results, we'll be able to work with staff and DOT, of course, to mitigate at the site development process. We are excited to announce that we did, after much persistency, was able to get a secondary access to the south side of the property. So that was, once again, that's a big win, I think, for everybody, including the development itself. And
Excuse me, do we have proof of that?
We have
in
proof of
writing?
that.
Do we have any documentation that can be provided?
I can get that for you.
Okay.
So yes, we have a signed amendment that is gaining us that access. So with that, the other two things that we just want to kind of discuss a little bit that we're still trying to work through is the understanding and the push for the 70 and the 60-foot right-of-ways. After our team has been able to review the PUD, we understand that we are in line. The PUD does call for a minimum of a 50-foot right-of-way. So one of the things that we started to look at was also with the 50-foot right-of-way, we wanted to be able to expand and work with the best management practices as far as the stormwater area. So this has been able to, if we to expand those Not only has it been able to do that, we're also in line with the new design manual for the 2021, that was adopted in 2021, which states in that wherever possible, residential street right-of-way width should reflect the minimum required to accommodate the travelway, the sidewalks, and the vegetated open channels. So with that being said, we request that we're able to continue with our 50-foot right-of-way throughout the community.
Does anybody want to talk about anything first, or go ahead and do public comment?
I would be more than happy to say some words right now if you.
Well, if you would like to, go ahead.
Maybe we can chalk a little bit of this that I'm about to say up to being late, but I'm angry, okay? We sat here at DRC, and we went through a number of things that needed to be addressed, and we thought would be addressed. But the packet we were given the other day addressed exactly 0 of those items. You're telling us tonight that you've got a secondary road access. That's wonderful. Not in our packet, no reference to it, nothing in print. It's a great thing to say, but there's nothing here.
We just received that. We just received that secondary access literally last evening. We got the final.
Great. Bring it with you, hand it to staff when you come in the room. So we've got it to look at. You're asking us to give a recommendation to council based on words. Nothing that we've been able to see or even review in the last 10 minutes. Nothing. We've got a packet with a letter from the county engineer dated in 2005 that said that secondary access was needed. That's a side note. We've got a letter from the Beaufort County School District in 2005. We've got a letter from Beaufort County EMS dated 2005. We have Township Fire District in 2005. We have DHEC, OCRM, Army Corps of Engineers, 2005, all of them. The Army Corps of Engineers letter that we have in this packet that was submitted by you expired 5 years after it was issued. Nothing's been updated. We don't have updates. Oh, no, I'm sorry. Dominion Energy and Hargray, you got letters from them, which is kind of ironic because of the complaints about brownouts, but that's a whole nother subject. This, in my opinion, this shouldn't be before us tonight. And I'm only one of 5, but a lot of this stuff should have been addressed. I feel like you are bulldogging it through DRC. You're bulldogging it through us so you can get in front of council and hopefully get an approval. And I take offense to that.
Well, the last thing we want to do is, of course, for you to take offense to something. We have taken an approved master plan. That's been approved by that we could go with tomorrow and start the engineering process for. Taking that master plan, reduce the density by 15%, gained more.
Yeah, but wait. Let me stop you right there. You reduce the density. Okay, first of all, I'm not even going to argue the numbers. You didn't reduce the density. That density still exists and can be built somewhere else in New Riverside. Just because you're not building it on that parcel, that does the town no good.
But
those extra numbers didn't come off the books.
Itself. So as far as the owner, the person that owns the density units, that's something that they have to be with the town.
Agreed.
I am purchasing the units for that midpoint. Midpoint was approved for 576 units. We're actually only when it's completely done, we're doing 498. So whatever the owner of those units wants to do, that's completely up to him. At that point, but we also stated that you've mentioned before that as far as the reduction of units and less density, I get that, but we're doing our part with that.
So what you're doing is you're building less on that property. You're not reducing the density, you're building less on that property, and that's an important distinction.
But that property is what we're talking about. As far as New Riverside goes, I'm talking about specifically the property that we have. And the property that we have, we reduced it. Okay, how about this? We reduced the units in that property, but we also gained, and these are things that you requested. You requested the full traffic impact analysis, which we're taking that responsibility on. We requested the secondary access road, which we're also taking the cost, the burden, the maintenance upon ourselves as well. Now, once again, this is an amendment. There's an approved plan that's out there. We have taken a plan that's approved and made it even better and made the reductions upon it to better for the community as well as New Riverside as a whole. So to come in and say that we haven't done these things, yes, we have, and we're working upon to get those numbers for you. And they will be addressed, once again, as soon as we go to the planning and design at that point.
So we're supposed to make our decision on what then, if there's a bunch of, we're going to get these things.
That's what my frustration is.
That are a different,
If I may, John Paul Moore with Thompson Hutton. So the traffic study, we can't physically do until school is back in session. Once school back is in session, we can do the counts. The study will be completed. Ideally, it's done before council. Can I promise that? No. But that's the goal. But it absolutely will be done before we come to you for development plan approval. So as far as the traffic impact analysis, that's the story there. As he mentioned about the second access, fortunately, they're buying from the same owner of the parcel south of us. They have got an agreement to purchase land or deal with that, to acquire the land to build that road. We will bring that plan to council. But that deal just got worked through, so we have not had time to update all of the renderings, et cetera. As far as the outdated letters, people hasn't responded. I can submit the documents to you where we requested updated letters.
but that's why it's hard for us, is because none of it's current, and I'm getting these things, but we have to review what we have in our hand today.
Absolutely. Well, absolutely.
That's what the hard part is for us.
But even, in all fairness, even if we brought you something today, you technically can't.
Right, so then you have to just
Make a
wait till you
decision
have a
based on that.
complete packet before you submit.
I believe it is a complete packet, my opinion.
If the items are not updated, then it's not a complete packet.
Dan, I have a quick question. One of the comments we received earlier was to the effect that this master plan, that the old master plan that's being updated is not actually viable anymore. It's expired. Is that true? One of the comments we received today was basically saying that the old master plan was approved, but because of, and it got extended during the recession, but it's not actually, it's no longer viable. Is that true?
Commissioner Duncan, I believe what you're referring to is a public comment that questioned whether the master plan had expired for lack of action. So gosh, I'm about to give a horrible legal answer, but y'all are used to it by now. What you're dealing with is a combination of a bunch of different zoning techniques and zoning issues and statutes and ordinances and development agreements. But essentially, if you look at this as a development in that New Riverside planning area, it's kind of like a Russian nesting doll with the development agreement, and then your concept plan, and then your individual master plans, and then as you continue to focus down, you get more individualized development plans or subdivisions or whatever it may be. What is referred to as a master plan in New Riverside and throughout the town of Bluffton, there's maybe some questions about whether that would qualify as a land development approval that would be subject to the Vested Rights Act under South Carolina law. So traditionally, the way that we have looked at that and the way that the state has looked at it is, once you get an approval, that you have a vested right to finish that approval for a certain amount of time. And under the state statute, I'll have to look at it, but off the top of my head, I believe it is a 2-year vested right with automatic 1-year renewals for up to 5 years. So then what you've brought up during the recession is the General Assembly passed a resolution that said, well, any expirations of development approvals during, from 2010 to about 2014, and then I think they extended it again in 2014, don't apply. So essentially they said your vested rights are just extended out indefinitely until we decide that those calculations can start again. because people had put a lot of money in, developers put a lot of money into getting approvals, and then the market crash. They didn't want everybody, once the market came back online, this is in the purpose of the resolution. When the market came back online, that they wouldn't have to go through this process again. And they could still build what had been approved years and years and years prior. We, as the town, historically has not applied a termination on the master plans that were approved as part of development agreements, because they are approved as part of a development agreement, generally speaking. So from, your Jones Estate concept plan or some of your other concept plans like for Palmetto Bluff, they have to be brought in as part of that development agreement, and development agreements have an expiration that's completely different. So it depends on the total amount of acreage. That's why I said there is just a ton of information. It is a very complex legal issue that it really has to do with what we've been referring to them as and how we've been treating them in the past. So with a lot of these master plans, they have been treated more like a concept plan and tied in with the development agreement. But again, that's just prior treatment. So long answer, I haven't researched it enough to render a full opinion and to say, definitively one way or another. But my inclination is that no, the master plan is still valid. But certainly the argument made was interesting and I'm curious. It's at least giving me some pause for thought, and certainly something that we can look more into. But as of right now, these master plans have always been, or they have been treated as still
Viable.
Still viable.
Okay.
Can I do my 3-minute comment now?
Not yet.
Well, it's about that. I'm the one who drafts all this stuff.
Not yet, sir. I'll let you know. Is there anyone else who wants to discuss before we have public comment?
I'll wait.
Wait, okay.
I'm good.
Now may we have public comment?
Yes, we made you wait 5
Carrie,
seconds.
will you please call public?
Andrew Keel.
Now you can come up. You have to hold on. Just be patient.
I just wanted to.
I know the last time.
You guys go someplace else before I got to.
I know the last time you were here, we were doing something different. It was a different.
Oh, so you let me talk and then I spin.
So, okay, you have 3 minutes.
All
You have
right.
3 minutes.
All right, anyhow.
Name
Thank
and.
you for the second access agreement, or access point. What I would say to that is, it needs to get done before you guys start clearing everything, right?
Please
I mean,
speak
an
into
access
the-
agreement or an access road that's coming in to the construction site needs to get built, so the construction equipment and everything for the clearing needs to happen. Otherwise, they're driving up and down our Midpoint Boulevard, and it's like, what's the point? So that's my point. With respect to the 5 years, the UDO says 5 years for a master plan. You guys are applying all 3.9 and all that stuff to the UDOs, or to the master plan, the UTOs, the amendments, so why wouldn't it apply to the original master plan? My answer to your question about the different development agreements and the different ordinances in there is Midpoint specifically had a permit pulled in 2006 or 2007, which then was suspended. But then people built and then they stopped. The development permit says it expires after a year, I believe. And also in the development documents, the ordinance from Beaufort County also states that either the development permits are supposed to expire in a year or two, or what the development permit says. So I think, in my opinion, it's just a matter of, we got a PUD problem in Bluffton. Somebody needs to stand up and say, we can amend it. And I'll send you guys a memo in a couple weeks about what my opinion is on the 6-31-130, all that stuff. There's plenty of outs for health, safety, and welfare of the citizens. everything can be amended with notice and a hearing. All right? 2007 is a lot different than 2022. I don't think anybody's going to disagree. We do not need another house in Bluffton for the next 5 years. They're going to be building houses for 5 years that are already approved. Need more commercial. I want businesses to be open so I actually utilize them. But I'm not sure $500,000 houses solve that. Anyhow. All right, I actually finished, so thanks, Bob.
Thank you.
I appreciate it.
Thank you. Is there another?
Michelle Keel.
Michelle Keel, 22 Trail Ridge Retreat, board president for Midpoint. It's great to hear that Pulte has potentially accessed the secondary road agreement, but we really still want to see the documentation for the neighborhood as well as the traffic study before any sort of construction or progress moves on the development. You know, there's potentially 2 more schools coming to the land area across the street, and we are directly in front of the access for the schools. So anything that comes out of the traffic study in that area is going to be a huge impact on any additional building in our neighborhood. So again, that's just our request, is that the traffic study comes in before any decisions the committee makes. Thank you.
Thanks. Any other?
Well, there was another point of conversation we've had in this process, and that is the current entry road to Midpoint and I don't know the answers, guys, and I don't even come close to pretending to, but as to who owns it and how that, you've got an access easement, you can use it, but you can't build a sidewalk. I know there are different things, but has that been hashed out, and have there been any meetings with the current POA, and what does that look like, and where is the gate going? Is there a gate? Those type of things that you're talking about.
Sure, I'll answer some of those. So yes, communications has been back and forth. We did have, not only did we have a workshop with the community as well, I had a meeting with the board. We kind of talked through those, so we came back internally on our side, trying to see what options we could so they could have potential access to the amenities and things like that, considering they are a complete separate POA. So we're looking at what we've done in other communities to be able to accommodate that. As far as the Midpoint main road there, we are also putting together a proposal that we'll be able to present to them as well, which will also handle some of the maintenance, take some of the burden off of them when it comes to that, landscaping and things like that. As far as the gate is concerned, we do have the gate located at that, coming into the entrance of the second phase of the community. Now, once again, that's still up, it's still on the table for discussion, and it could be brought up down the road that if they were to tie in, we could look at the potential of moving that gate at that point. As far as the construction access goes, you know, maintaining the second access point is a tremendous factor, because hopefully we will be able to deter, especially some of the heavy traffic and things like that, you know, during the development side of the house on that secondary access. So once again, that'll help, of course, take some of the traffic off of the main drag there, and be able to accommodate that for them.
And that secondary access, just to clarify, that's not just for construction, that's an actual community access that will stay forever.
When the development is completed, it'll be a full road access that'll stay forever. Yes, sir, it is.
When the development is completed, what's that definition? Like just the infrastructure, or every house is done?
Yeah, that's fine. Graham Hawkins, also with Pulte Group. I don't think he meant when the development is complete. The secondary access has been, that we just got signed, is for full access. We will start with construction access, but once the first phase is online and the first residential homeowner is in, they'll be able to use that as a secondary access. I would say, I know that we didn't bring any documentation. Again, that is a contractual thing that we're working on with that we do have signed with the adjacent property owner. We will have to bring that, and that's one of the conditions that are being suggested by staff, and we are amenable to that condition, which is, hey, you will provide a full paved secondary point of access to New Riverside Road. And so what we're requesting is that we move on with recommendation of approval with these particular conditions, and we will agree to meet these conditions.
So going back to the conditions, then the 70-foot boulevard right-of-way cross-section. You will meet that. You will meet the 60-foot right-of-way on the remaining road network.
So those are the two that we were wanting to discuss tonight. The 70-foot midpoint boulevard right-of-way access, we had worked with staff on sort of a compromise, bringing it interior to the first intersection of our home, or excuse me, our first intersection within our side of it, was what we proposed. Staff is still would like for us to bring it further in through the development. I don't know that one, I think we can be amenable to that. I will say the 60-foot right-of-way with the balance of the roadway network is impactful to us in that we can, if you take that 10-foot of right-of-way, then you no longer can put it into these stormwater facilities that are helping alleviate some of the drainage concerns around the watershed, as well as alternatively, it could be part of the front yards as we shift to front-loaded product here.
Well, I'm just going to ask a really dumb question. But if you had to make those roadways wider, couldn't you make the wetland or the wet lagoons or whatever smaller?
Yes, that's right. And I guess the point of the increased size of the stormwater lagoons is to help our stormwater maintenance and the stormwater quality and quantity is going to run off the site. And our engineer can speak a little bit more eloquently about that.
I wanted to also talk, if the 60-foot right-of-way is a sticky point, if that's what staff wants, then I think we as the applicant would like to go back and modify our front setback requirement at that point. That way it doesn't impact the overall plan. Right now, we're proposing a 20-foot front setback with the 50-foot right-of-way. We would request that go down to 15-foot front setback. But we would leave the sidewalk where it is no matter what,
So
right? So the cars would still fit on the lot, so to speak, and not block the sidewalk, if that makes sense. We could provide new.
If it's 15, I don't understand that math. If it's 15 feet, how are you going to put a car there?
From the right-of-way, not from the road.
We're going to not block.
The right-of-way, not the road.
Okay.
The road will
Correct.
stay the same width.
Correct. It's going to look and feel the same no matter what, right? To me, it's the same. You get up with the same concept. Because what's out there today, they don't have 20-foot setbacks out there at midpoint today. So I think that's a good compromise either way.
You're saying
right now they're
60-foot with a 15-foot building setback, how would you accommodate your parking in the driveway?
Again, it would be in the driveway. We would leave the sidewalk out, just like the existing midpoint is.
A grass strip outside of the sidewalk, which would be.
The sidewalk would not be all the way to the right of way.
I think even a cross-section that you submitted feels like that.
It does, even with a 50-foot right of way, we accommodated that. So just the discussion.
Dan, can you tell me the reason why, go back through your thought process on that 70-foot right-of-way? Because it would be my assumption that you're trying to expand the resources within that 70-foot right-of-way, which means either widening the road to accommodate a little faster moving traffic, or adding parking, or adding larger trees, something to that effect.
Well, it's called Midpoint Boulevard, to begin with it. We based a lot of it on what is out there in phase 1A. It's a 70-foot right-of-way as you come in, up to the point where it meets the back parcel right now. We wanted a continuation of that. Basically, what we're asking for is this street network to match what happened in phase 1A.
And so on that phase 1A, you're saying that the cross-section of where the road is, where any parking may or may not be along the road, and where the sidewalk is and where the trees are, is all exactly the same, regardless of whether this is going to be a 70-foot right-of-way or 50-foot right-of-way?
Well, no to Midpoint Boulevard. Yes to the rest. So Midpoint Boulevard, is this the one you use for planning?
Top button, and hold it for a second, I think it would.
There we go. All right, so the majority of Midpoint Boulevard is a unloaded road section, with the exception of the very end of it. So it truly is a boulevard. It's divided when you come in. The intent there, once you come through the gate, or if, again, gate may move up front, but once you come through this intersection, the intent was to have a traditional neighborhood street with a loaded road, not a unloaded road. So we're providing the sidewalks, we're providing the pedestrian connectivity, we're providing the open space. I don't see why this road would need to be that wide at the end of the day.
Well, I think the DRC comment was to incorporate on-street parking, medians, or traffic circles.
Again, it's a loaded road. If it was an unloaded road, I think that would be great, but it wouldn't work with the plan that we have. And I think we did address the traffic calming. You know, we're going to have the four-way stops was also an option that was discussed at DRC. We'll definitely include those in the plans. Yeah, and as you can see, we further illustrated as from DRC, Charlie, I think you may remember the parking was, I'd say, probably poorly illustrated on the original plan. We've added the parking symbols to call out the several areas for the plus or minus 50 additional stalls that we're going to propose for overflow parking here. In addition, that's on top of what's actually going to be at the amenity.
You said you might move that gate forward of where it's currently shown?
Yeah, so again, I think it's up to the existing HOA of Midpoint, but they're going to have, it's my understanding that they're going to have a vote to either be in or out, so to speak. If they vote to be in with Pulte, buy into the amenities and potentially buy into the gate concept, they could elect to agree to move that gate to the entrance to make it effectively one community.
What is the time frame of that vote, do you know?
We're pending documentation from you guys. And then whatever the quorum and timelines are for the.
Yeah, we got 21 days notice, so once you guys provide info to us, we gotta wait 21 days.
Yeah, there's an ongoing discussion with the POA of Midpoint and us on a few things, one of which is, do they want to be a part of the amenity maintenance of Midpoint Road? There's no maintenance agreement with that, so we're proposing to help on the maintenance on a pro rata share, landscaping, where do we place the gate, but we, sidewalks, there's no sidewalks on Midpoint Boulevard. Staff has requested, we've agreed to install if they'll allow us to, because we don't own it. So it's a discussion that's being had. It's been very amenable. We had a community workshop, a lot of positive feedback, a lot of concerns about traffic and the secondary access for sure, and as well as some buffering along their existing phase one, which we've agreed to accommodate as well. But that is just a HOA, association versus association, discussion that we're working through right now.
Well, you brought up secondary access. With
Where
this
is
map up here, where is it going to be?
That's exactly right.
So essentially we're going to parallel it. We're going to punch through the buffer because there's a 50-foot buffer on our side and their side of the that'll be the Palmetto Bluff PUD on that side. So we're going to punch through both buffers and then parallel that buffer out to New Riverside Road.
So like where approximately?
I mean, it's going to punch out
Somewhere
through here,
in the front
and it's
part.
going to parallel and tie in.
I think what she's wondering is the same thing as me, is put that on the road in this map where it's going to pop out of.
Generally.
Oh, right around there? Okay.
So not if I approach you guys. Sure. But this is just an exhibit that's in as an exhibit maybe in our agreement. But speak into the mic. Yeah.
It punches out at the existing curb cut on New Riverside.
Yep, they have a gate there. It's pretty close to the existing gate that they use to access it, their property.
Yeah.
It's in the end.
Can you provide a copy of that to staff to send to us? Just for curiosity.
Give it, Richard.
One of the things that I would, if I was doing this plan, I'd like to see, there's these road connections that exist in the old master plan that are totally, and that these roads exist, you know, what was developed exists. And so it sets up this dialogue of saying we're going to connect to the back part of this community. And you've basically turned your back to it, that existing portion, and said, we're not connecting to that. You've got that road that runs towards, direction, I'm sure there's a north there, to the north, that kind of starts to bend around and then doesn't connect to the roadway within this new expansion. Not necessarily requiring that the road that comes around that green space that then runs horizontally on the page also connect, but that little stub out, it would be really nice if it did connect. And I understand that's going to be kind of contingent upon whether this old section of Midpoint wants to join the section of this new Midpoint section.
Well, let me clarify one piece first. So once you get to here, the road stops. So the right-of-way was recorded for that stub out, I'll call it, but that road is not built.
It's not there.
It is not there. That road does not exist.
Where does the road end?
At that intersection.
So that yellow square that's north of there, what is that and how does it access?
So that is a piece of property owned by the POA or HOA, whichever you want to call it. And again, this right-of-way and that parcel is owned by the POA.
Okay, well, even if that's the case, I still think that this section of road needs to connect.
I know in the workshop it was discussed, they wanted this buffer. We've actually added.
They want that.
I just like it noted that they're using words about this workshop, amenable, productive, that would not.
Sorry, sir, I'm sorry, we can't hear you.
It would be nice if, as you have these continued conversations with old section of Midpoint, when you're starting to talk about those gates, when you start talking about these roadway connections, I want that addressed as a part of those discussions, outlining, really documenting, giving documentation of, I mean, I understand that we cannot expect an old portion to be, or you can't expect outside agency approval for this, but this is all part of one community. So to me, I think that they have a strong statement to make about what level of inclusion that they want. And maybe Richardson has additional to add about the legalities of asking for that. But I certainly think that they need to be providing documentation of what their desired level of connection or lack thereof and buffering that they desire as a part of this. The other thought that I have on this is these old master plan has several products, has multiple lot sizes, it has townhomes on it, and this is one type of product. And I think that there is a richness in a community that has a multiple type of product, and I think that the way the original master plan was laid out was written towards that, and these people had this expectation of who these neighbors are going to be adjacent to them, the kind of community that they're going to be connected with. So the fact that these are all one type of product that aren't matching, you're shaking your head no.
Yeah, no, so there are multiple lot sizes that are proposed in this plan and multiple product lines and various widths of products.
Okay.
We plan to do consistent with what we've done at the landings in the Riverside, where there will be 52-foot wide and 65-foot wide lots accommodating various size products.
Can you provide clarification of that on this plan? Where that's going to be?
I guess we could. I guess our intent was here that we were modifying the master plan and we weren't needing to draw.
I'm not saying identify every single lot. I'm saying this block is a 50-foot lot, this lot's a 60-foot lot, this lot's a 70-foot lot. Some idea of where that's going and how that's configured, similar to the nature of which this whole master plan does. I understand, by the way, that you're not necessarily obligated to those exact lines because,
Yeah, I think that that's, absolutely, that can be a condition that we would provide that as well. That's no problem.
okay.
Okay.
Commissioner Duncan, I believe that's consistent with some of the criteria. So criteria 4, criteria 6 under the UDO. I think that's arguably consistent, so.
When comments ready or over, I'm ready to make a motion.
I just wanted to point out that the new connection is part of your currently planned Phase 2A. So would that be moved to a Phase 1?
Yeah, yes, absolutely. Now that we have a secondary access, we're going to use that as construction and put it in our first phase as well.
The next step on this approval process, this does not come back for review before us, before any DRC. It just goes to town council. Is that correct?
The master plan amendment, yes, you're making a recommendation to town council.
I'm going to have a hard time with that, without seeing what this plan looks like without that secondary access shown. I'm having a hard time. Without those lots shown,
If I could, this might help, and we can always discuss it and change it if we need to, but what I'm about to recommend for a motion, or the motion I'm about to make, is based partly on the fact that we cannot table this, we cannot pause this, we have to make a decision tonight and send it to council.
Is that correct, Richardson?
So you have if the applicant consents, you certainly can table it. If, as we saw earlier this evening, as long as the applicant consents, you can certainly table it. And in particular, if it's to get more information to update the plan, because essentially the plan that you're going to be recommending, subject to certain conditions, may be changed substantially or significantly by these additions. So the secondary access, the lines showing the
traffic impact analysis.
Yeah, the traffic impact analysis. And the idea behind tabling it rather than pushing forward with an approval with conditions or a denial would be to avoid having to rewind this process to go back and start from the very beginning. So you can certainly ask the applicant, and if the applicant is amenable to that, then I think that's a wise plan, and it would also provide the public another opportunity to potentially speak up on it, because this has been so late in the evening that there's been limited public comment.
After hearing that, you still want to go ahead and make a motion?
Would y'all like for the applicant to state anything about whether they'd be willing to have this tabled until next meeting, so they can provide this information?
Yeah, I move.
I'm trying to digest all that a little bit. I will say, so help me out before I answer that. The thought here is that we would not have a TIA complete. I don't see that our land plan or our plan here changing significantly based on a secondary access point. So I think the condition of us providing that and incorporating that would be sufficient to move forward. Our TIA will be done, and it will be incorporated with our development plans and the mitigation efforts that are required of that. We plan to do, and we're on board with that. So I don't see us coming back here with a traffic impact. That would take us probably 2 months from now, and we don't have that time.
I think also the the old midpoint section and their response to this in terms of how connected or disconnected it changes, where that gate is, what kind of, it changes traffic patterns. I mean, essentially, right now where you've got that gate backs that traffic, if they're stacking, it's happening in front of those lots. There's a lot about this in terms of how that's connected or not connected to their portion that I think could and possibly would impact the nature of this plan.
They specifically asked that we make that buffer larger, and this is where we are now, and that we keep it natural. And we told them that we would agree to not even underbrush it, which is, we had planned to underbrush it. They wanted it not even underbrush, leave it natural so that they couldn't see the development while they're living in their homes. And so this is like a function of that collaboration.
I'm just having a hard time with, I don't have anything in writing from them that says the level of connected or disconnected they're asking for. I don't have any traffic impact analysis telling me what's going on, or out with the current statement. There's outdated service letters. There's just a lot of pieces to this that aren't really something that we can hold on to with great confidence and say, oh yeah, we stand behind this town council. That's the hard part for me.
Here's what my main concerns. Issues aren't resolved with the current midpoint owners. The secondary road agreement has not been provided, nor have updated drawings. Obviously, it happened today. Not all letters are updated, or even proof of requests have been provided. Those are the three major ones. And I'm going to be flat out honest with you. I'm about to recommend or make a motion.
Go ahead and make it.
Okay. I move that we recommend to town council to deny the application of the proposed master plan amendment for midpoint for the following reasons: that the issues have not been fully resolved with the current midpoint owners, that the secondary road agreement, while being told of it today, has not been provided and drawings have not been updated, and that not all letters have been updated or even proof of request of updates have been provided. However, if council does choose to approve, we request that they add the staff recommendations along with updated utility letters and resolving issues with the current midpoint owners. That was a long one.
Second.
That was you. Is there any further discussion?
I was more of the mindset that we could see this, if they're willing to table it. I personally don't think I need to see the traffic impact analysis to approve this to
No.
town council if there is a secondary access that's guaranteed. I, however, am not comfortable approving it without visually seeing the secondary access on the plan, some resolution over the gate configuration, the sidewalk connection, the existing neighborhood to the new neighborhood. All of those things I think need to be resolved. I don't personally think if they have the secondary access, we need to wait for the traffic impact analysis to be done. So I would prefer to table it with everything other than
We
the
can't
traffic
table.
impact. Well, we can if they agree to it.
Oh, yeah, if they agree to it.
And-
But we have a motion.
We have a motion on the floor, so we are gonna have to vote on that motion, but some information that may be beneficial to that decision is the applicant has just asked if y'all would consider tabling it so that they can provide the information regarding the secondary access and some of the information that was requested. In light of the motion and Commissioner DePauw's comments about the necessity of the traffic impact analysis, I believe, not being essential to being able to make a recommendation to council. So you do have to vote on that motion since it is pending, but do know that they are, if you want to go with a motion to table, so they are willing to do that.
So to be clear on this, if we vote the motion down, then we can entertain a motion to table with the applicant's agreement.
It was seconded.
We're in the middle of discussion.
We're in
so-
discussion. You can't talk between first and second,
So Commissioner Wetmore made the motion, Commissioner Duncan seconded, it is being discussed. Again, they have related to me.
So if we vote this denial down, then how do we come back and say, how do we?
Just vote it down, we'll do a motion to table. The applicant doesn't need to say anything, they've already spoken up and confirmed that they are.
I guess I don't understand the language of voting it down, just.
All approved, all opposed.
So,
I know, but then how do I bring up?
Then we
We just have to make another motion.
Okay.
so yeah, you just say all those in favor of the motion to deny, and I would assume that y'all would vote against it.
Okay.
And
Isn't
then
it?
you do a motion to table.
Okay. So then, all those in favor to deny? All those opposed?
Aye.
Aye. For
Yes,
denial.
yeah, correct.
So now we
But
need
it's
a,
really a nay, that's
Now-
why I was,
Now
that's why
I
my
can-
face.
If it helps, I can make a motion to
Now I
table
need
with the
okay,
consensus.
please.
Okay? I make a motion to table with the applicant's agreement so that the applicant can provide proof of request and/or receipt of utility letters and OCRM and Army Corps of Engineers updated letters, the secondary road access agreement along with updated maps as to where that's going to be, a resolution of issues with the current homeowners to deal with where the gate's going to go, so on.
And if I can just jump in, and I'm so sorry to do this, it is late, and
We're all going cross-eyed.
I just want to make sure that we're not conditioning approval on a third party.
No, resolution's the wrong word. Let me restate that. Proof of meetings with current homeowners to discuss issues. And any update to the 4 staff recommended conditions, understanding the TIA can't be done until after school starts.
And let me, Madam Chair, if I may, just to restate for everybody's benefit here. What we have proposed is a motion to table so that the applicant can have a sufficient amount of time to bring back to the Planning Commission proof of request, updated letters of service from utilities to include OCRM and others, to provide proof of the secondary road access, to provide proof of meetings and communications with the impacted owners at the phase 1 of Midpoint, and to provide updates as to staff's stated recommendations in their staff report. And so that would need a second and a vote.
So do I have a second?
Second.
Any other discussion? All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. So is there any further discussion from staff? Jordan, do you have something to talk about? No?
So much.
All right, may I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Second? Anybody want to discuss? All in favor? Aye. Thank you, everyone.